Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. In his first video message since the US strikes on nuclear sites in his country, Iran's supreme leader says nothing significant occurred. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has defended the attack. Israel's National Security Minister has called for a complete halt of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And protesters claim victory after forcing Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez to change some of their wedding plans in Venice. To our top story, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei delivered his first video message since US strikes on his country and Iran's ceasefire with Israel. In a speech that was broadcast by state TV, he said nothing significant occurred to the nuclear sites struck by the US earlier this week. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the strikes historically successful during a press conference today. Here's more of what Hegseth had to say.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I haven't had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary.
For more on this, I'm joined by Saul Montis Bradley, VP of Communications at the Gold Institute for International Strategy. Saul, a pleasure to have you on. Iran's supreme leader says his country delivered a heavy slap to the US and that Trump exaggerated what happened to its nuclear sites. What is your response to the message we saw earlier today?
Good evening, Leigh Ann, and thank you for inviting me here. It's to listen to Ayatollah Khamenei today is a trip down some kind of weird time hole. It makes me wonder how tenuous is his connection to reality. His entire speech, nope, we didn't have any problem here. No, well, they failed the attacks. We destroyed Israel. They surrendered. It seems to be more the rantings of a lunatic than the expressions of a leader of a country. I think that whatever discussions there may be as to the extent of the destruction of the nuclear sites, there is no question that even before Trump ordered that destruction, the Israeli Air Force could come in and out of Iran unmolested. They completely defeated their air defenses. And for the hundreds of missiles that Iran launched at Israel, the results are quite pitiful. I don't know what situation Ayatollah Khamenei is talking about, but definitely it's not reality.
And I'm hearing what you're saying, and Iran has recognized that its nuclear program was severely damaged, but they've also said that the US strikes only strengthened their determination to complete the nuclear program. Is that a provocation from Iran?
This is, I believe that we have to look at the problems confronting the Islamic Republic from the inside. I think it is a desperate attempt to gather some kind of support, a nationalistic support, when in fact things are crumbling beneath their feet. They have failed to defend Iran. They have failed to carry out their program. I'm sure that, you know, if they had the determination, they could probably get to work again and it would be destroyed again. And now everybody knows it. So this bravado of the regime, it's lacking in substance and probability. They are defeated. And it's only a matter of time before they fall.
Pete Hegseth gave a robust, somewhat angry speech defending the US mission in Iran, and this comes after the leaked intelligence report. Trump was elected on the promise of putting America first. Is the US administration now involved in a forever war after joining Israel in these strikes on Iran?
Well, he was also elected on the promise that Iran would not have a nuclear weapon. And I believe that he has just delivered on that promise. This isn't a forever war. I have trouble grasping the conception of forever wars, since we have wars like the war in Korea that hasn't ended, and we still have 35,000 troops in there. Since 1953. Obviously, World War II is not quite ended in those terms, for we still have thousands and thousands of American soldiers guarding Europe. So what is a forever war is something difficult to define. In this case, the war as such, as military operations, is ended. The conflict continues and will continue for as long as we have a regime in Iran whose purpose is to export its revolution and conquer its neighbors. What Trump did is what he promised to do. And one may ask if Trump went to help Israel or if Israel is helping America, for Iran has been a problem of America's since 1979, and we have thousands of U.S. soldiers and civilians killed, maimed, and taken hostage over the past 46 years in numbers that dwarf the casualties of Israel.
What was the point of Pete Hegseth's press briefing? Was it to tick off the press, or was it to show what the US military managed to achieve during these strikes over the weekend? Because he really went for the media in the US.
Well, probably a little bit of both, actually. There have been reports in the media that, oh, well, the strike wasn't that big. No, we didn't break anything, as you said earlier. Even Iran is admitted that the nuclear program has been severely hit. There are enemies of the administration domestically that seek to minimize, whether you like it or not, the effect of the B-2 mission to Iran. That was done based on a document, on a leaked document that was a preliminary assessment. And as such, it contains a lot of caveats. It's always like that. In the intelligence community, a first assessment made in the heat of the moment contains a lot of caveats because new information may surface to contradict what is being said. And the media, heeding the fact that it was a preliminary assessment, heeding the fact of the very nature of that report, presented it as a final report, and no, we didn't do anything, they can still build nuclear weapons. It's nonsense. I can sympathize with Hegseth's reaction to that. And at the same time, he mentioned a lot of other assessments from Israel, from the Mossad, from the Iranians themselves, from U.S. military intelligence that put to rest the question of whether there was damage or not.
Saul, Montis, Bradley, a pleasure to have your insights. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We can now go live to Gabrielle Norona, Executive Director of Polaris National Security and former Special Advisor at the U.S. State Department for Iran. A pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining us. So Iran's Supreme Leader said Iran had slapped the U.S. in the face. How did you interpret this remark and the overriding message that he released today?
Well, Supreme Leader Khamenei and really the Iranian elite system has this very bad habit of misinterpreting what they actually do, of trying to paint a picture for their own domestic audiences of massive victory after every failure, and portraying most of their strikes on Americans as having killed hundreds and hundreds, when in reality they haven't killed an American in the last week, nor did they do so after the Soleimani strike. But there are a lot of Iranians inside the system at elite levels who believe that they killed dozens, maybe hundreds of Americans, both 5 years ago after the Soleimani strike. They believe that they killed dozens or hundreds of Israelis last year in those strikes. And that's caused them to make a series of miscalculations that culminated in what led up to Israel's strike the past 2 weeks, which is they project strength they do not have, and they tempt fate in ways that are dangerous and cause them to get smacked around by their regional neighbors.
Trump revealed the U.S. will be holding talks with Iran next week. Are we likely to see these discussions happen after the Supreme Leader said they would never surrender, repeating that message again? And also after his comments today, would the U.S. still be keen to hold these talks?
Again, the Iranian leaders have to make a lot of statements right now for domestic political purposes. Their leash on power is rather weak. They've had over 30 generals killed by Israel. They've had a number of the regime security apparatus headquarters destroyed. And so they're trying to project strength, but at the same time, they're going to say other things in private. The Iranian leadership has a decision to make right now. Do they double down on the nuclear program and divert spending, resources, and strategic capital on that program, or do they choose to advance their foreign policy by proxies, by terrorism, and sort of more conventional forces? That's a strategic question, which I don't think the answer is clear right now. And the United States is going to want Iran to give up that nuclear program. And if they don't, Israel is going to be free to come back and destroy Iran's nuclear program time and time and time again. So Iran does not have great options. They've lost their entire air defense system. And if they think that they can just rebuild with impunity, they're going to find that that's a mistaken calculus.
So, Gabrielle, do you think that we haven't seen the end of this conflict yet? Is that what you're alluding to there? We can see more missile strikes between Iran and Israel in the coming future?
Well, I think we're going to have a period of peace, probably 3 to 6 months, where I don't expect to see a lot of things flying back and forth. But again, what Israel and the United States have done is, to use the American football term, they've scored a touchdown, but they haven't yet fully won the game. That game won't be won until this regime is gone or the regime totally and permanently dismantles its nuclear program. So at some point, if the regime makes the decision to reconstitute its nuclear program, to go for a weapons breakout, yes, you will absolutely see Israel take action. The question is, will the United States get involved again? I'm a little doubtful that they will. I think there's a lot of interest now from the United States of giving Israel everything that it needs to do unilaterally, but that the United States will move on towards work on China, work in other theaters, and sort of say that we've done our part and the rest is up to Israel.
Let's talk a bit about Hegseth, because we saw him today and he lashed out at the media for challenging the narrative. But Hegseth himself was obviously a TV personality on Fox News. Do you agree that the press should be able to release information that is of public interest, even if it is a preliminary report, and have freedom to do so, or is this highly dangerous?
Look, what they did was highly irresponsible because they didn't even report the full extent of the intelligence. They gave a one-sided characterization of it. They did not admit that it was preliminary. They did not admit that it was a low-confidence assessment. And so it was done in a very calculated political effort to try to smear the president and try to degrade the military operation. This was not, responsible reporting by the press. This was a political hack job masquerading as reporting on the public interest. And so I think news outlets have a responsibility when they're dealing with classified information in the U.S. to be responsible. We have a free press. They're legally able to do everything. But with that freedom comes a responsibility. And I don't believe that they acted responsibly in this manner.
I just want to ask you a little bit about this press conference that we saw today. And what does it say about the paranoia inside the Trump administration, really, as Hegseth tried to put to bed what Trump has been so aggrieved about? Because we have seen lots of reports about a split in the MAGA base regarding to the U.S. strikes on Iran and if it should have happened. And it feels like maybe there is some paranoia creeping in.
So there's two aspects here. The first is what we're seeing on American television. If I turn on the TV here, you're seeing wall-to-wall coverage of our major news outlets questioning the impact of the strikes. And I think that's something that both Secretary Hegseth and President Trump wanted to push back on forcefully, which is why you saw so much, again, forceful language from Secretary Hegseth. The second one is that that division within certain elements of the Republican Party. I think it's overstated, however. 84% of Republicans who call themselves MAGA Republicans approved of the strikes, but you have sort of these outsized influencers who are big on the internet, don't have a lot of backers, wanting to degrade the strikes because they want to show that they were stupid, that they didn't work, and that we should never have been involved at all. The president is wanting to make really clear that it was a good decision of his to go and get involved in this, that it was a win for America, it was a win for the military. And so he is fighting both these elements in his own party, as well as the elements on the left who, again, want to sort of portray this all as a defeat, because that's their political modus operandi, to paint anything that strikes Iran, to paint anything that is pushing back on the regime as a failure. And that's been an effort of Iranian propaganda for decades, is to always make them believe that sanctions don't work, military action doesn't work. The only thing that could ever work is appeasement of the regime.
Gabrielle Norona, it's a pleasure to have you on the show and your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Israel's National Security Minister has called for a complete halt of humanitarian aid into Gaza. He claims that Hamas is taking control of supplied goods. Meanwhile, rescuers say Israeli forces killed at least 35 people in the region. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent Trent Murray from Tel Aviv. Trent, a pleasure to have you on. Can you tell us more about the latest situation with aid in Gaza and what the plans are over the next coming days?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Well, this has all started after videos started circulating yesterday showing dozens of masked men riding on several aid trucks in the north of the Gaza Strip. Now, some of them were carrying rifles, and what that has prompted now is this fairly huge decision by the Israeli government to halt aid deliveries into the Gaza Strip, reportedly to avoid the aid being put into the hands of Hamas. That is their rationale. Now, we are being told that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked the Israeli Defence Force to come up with a plan within the next 2 days in order to try and prevent some of the scenes that we saw yesterday, but we do know that certainly humanitarian groups on the ground are really concerned about this unilateral decision being made by the Israelis to halt the delivery of food, baby formula, fresh water and the like, given the existing humanitarian crisis on the ground. We are being told that the American-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation does have an exemption, but it is only operating in the south of Gaza. So the focus right now is on the delivery of aid into the northern part of the Strip, where we do know a number of civilians are in need of it.
Yes, indeed, Trent. I spoke to someone from UNRWA yesterday who was explaining the situation in Gaza on the humanitarian front, and extremely distressing news from him. But have Hamas responded to the claims at all?
Well, Hamas are denying that it was actually their personnel involved in what we saw yesterday. Instead, several factions and so-called clans, big families within the Gaza Strip, including the more secular rival of Hamas, Fatah, have actually said it was their personnel on those trucks, and they were doing it to protect the delivery of those aid supplies. So in many ways, it is a kind of denial and a complete opposite argument to what the Israelis are being put forward here. As I say, Hamas is saying right now it was not them riding on those trucks, it's those other groups, those other clans, some of which we know are being armed by Israel themselves to take on Hamas. They are saying they were the ones riding on those convoys to protect the delivery of the aid.
And Trent, it is Hamas have reportedly spoken to the BBC about the ceasefire efforts. Am I correct in this?
You are correct. Some positive signals, cautious optimism, I guess we could say, coming from both camps where it comes to ceasefire negotiations. Now, what Hamas has told the BBC is that they are engaged in intensive contacts aimed at reaching a ceasefire agreement, but they have not received any new proposals so far. Now, what makes this interesting is because President Trump, when he was in the region, has told reporters that he thinks very good progress is being made in Gaza, and that he thinks that there could be a big announcement being made soon. He said Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, is preparing to deliver some good news. A truce is potentially close. We are being told once again it is Egypt and Qatar who are trying to bring the two sides together here in order to not just reach a ceasefire within the Gaza Strip, but from the Israelis' perspective, to try and get some of their hostages home also.
And there have been more Israeli strikes today, Trent. What more do we know about these?
Yeah, so Gaza's Civil Defence Agency is reporting now that that earlier toll of 35 has climbed to 56 throughout the day. People in the Gaza Strip being killed from Israeli fire. A spokesperson for the Civil Defence Agency is saying that 6 of those people were waiting for aid in 2 separate locations. Now, the IDF has not commented on these strikes today, but we do know we've seen multiple reports, haven't we, of people lining up for aid, particularly at that American-backed GHF distribution points in the south, where there are reports of Israel opening fire onto the crowds. It would appear today, according to the Gaza Civil Defence Agency, there has been a similar situation take place. The IDF undoubtedly will release a statement later in the day about that. We have not received it yet, but that will, I think, underscore those concerns about the humanitarian situation on the ground, not just when it comes to safety for people trying to seek it, but this recent news of it actually being halted, the deliveries, after what we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu overnight.
And Netanyahu has asked a court to postpone his testimony in his long-running corruption trial, and that's due to the situation in Gaza and with Iran. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, regional and global developments, his lawyer told the court, were the reasons that the Prime Minister couldn't attend the trial into those corruption allegations. In this statement, this filing that we have from Netanyahu's lawyer, it says the court is respectfully requested to order the cancellation of the hearings in which the Prime Minister was scheduled to testify over the next coming 2 weeks. According to his lawyer, the Prime Minister is compelled to devote all of his time and energy to managing national, diplomatic and security issues of the utmost importance. Now, the court will have to make a decision on that, but in many ways he did get a very powerful backer seemingly supporting that request. President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that the trial should be cancelled immediately and a pardon given to a great hero, referencing Netanyahu there after the end of the war. President Trump described this corruption trial as a witch hunt. Prime Minister here has expressed his thanks to Donald Trump, his heartfelt support for me and your incredible support for Israel and the Jewish people, a statement put out by the Prime Minister following that extraordinary intervention into Israel's legal system by the President of the United States.
There's always so much news. Correspondent Trent Murray, thank you so much for being across it all for us. Now, the murder trial of an Australian woman accused of poisoning her relatives using the world's most toxic mushroom is nearing its dramatic conclusion. Justice Christopher Beale is delivering his final instructions to the jury and says he expects members will be sent out to deliberate as early as Monday next week. Patrick Falk reports.
Key personnel in a case that's gripped Australia seen leaving court. Crown prosecutor Nanette Rogers kept her head down as she departed. Defence lawyer Colin Mandy's expression gave little away. For the past 8 weeks, they've argued for and against 50-year-old Erin Patterson. The mother of two is accused of lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death cap mushrooms to elderly relatives of her estranged husband, killing 3 of them. Dozens of people have turned out daily for a seat in the public gallery to witness a trial peppered with drama.
Yeah, so I am a true crime fanatic, so I do take my true crime quite seriously. But I think I really appreciated that a case of this magnitude was playing out in my own state. So that's what intrigued me, that's what fascinated me.
So while the trial's gone for 8 weeks, it's been interesting to sit through yesterday and hear the way the judge summarised everything.
On Thursday, Justice Christopher Beale told the jury to dismiss a key prosecution argument that if Erin Patterson's children had eaten scraped-off meat from the lunch, they would have experienced symptoms. He said there was no expert evidence on whether that would be the case. But he also reminded them of her alleged incriminating conduct, including lying about using dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery, disposing of a dehydrator at the local tip, and handing police a secondary phone instead of her main one, which hasn't been found. All macabre details that have made the town of Mayoral, 2 hours east of Melbourne, a centre of global attention and helped local businesses boom.
It's been talked about, and everyone's got an opinion about it, so life will go on, life moves on, and the town will go back to what it was before, and that'll be it.
The big question on people's minds, how did the death cap mushrooms end up in the meal? Ian Wilkinson is the sole survivor of the 4 guests who dined with Patterson. He's the uncle of her husband, Simon, whose parents and aunt were poisoned to death. Had he not survived, it may have been difficult piecing together events that led to the tragedy. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US Special Envoy for Syria Tom Burges says the US is keen on giving Syria's new government the chance to prove itself. Speaking with Al Arabiya, he said the US aims to protect the Syrian government from Iranian-backed groups. His pledge comes after President Trump issued a sanctions waiver for Syria whilst in Saudi Arabia last month. The success of New York City Mayor Democratic candidate Zoran Mdani has drawn rage after criticism from President Donald Trump. In a series of social media posts, Trump mocked Mdani's appearance and called him a communist lunatic. The 33-year-old's victory means he's set to become the first Muslim mayor of the city. Now, North Korea is opening a beach resort that its leader Kim Jong-un hopes will boost tourism. Wonsan Kalma on the east coast will open to domestic tourists from the 1st of July. State media claims that the resort can accommodate up to 20,000 visitors. However, North Korea is yet to fully lift the ban on foreign tourists it imposed in 2020. And the James Bond movie franchise has appointed Denis Villeneuve as the director of the next film. The head of the Amazon MGM Studios, Mike Hopkins, described the four-time Academy Award nominee as a cinematic master. Two recently appointed producers said securing a director and developing a screenplay were top priorities before deciding who would succeed actor Daniel Craig. Protesters in Venice are claiming victory after they forced Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez to change some of their wedding plans. The main celebration, originally expected to take place in the heart of the city, will now be moved to an isolated area. The billionaire Amazon founder and his fiancée arrived this week for a three-day event that's expected to be attended by celebrity guests. For more on this, I'm joined right now from Venice by journalist Alina Trabottoni. Alina, wow, what an amazing location in Venice. Absolutely spectacular view. Tell us the latest about the protesters and give us some detail on exactly why they have decided to rally against this wedding in Venice. Absolutely spectacular location.
Well, I would say that the protesters have achieved their aim, which is to make their protests heard. And it must be said that it's not so much the wedding itself that is going to be contributing to over-tourism, because at the end of the day, Bezos's wedding list only has 200 guests, which by any standards, and particularly Italian standards, is a very low number. The real issue here is what Bezos actually symbolizes. Multinationals, the inequality, that's the rising inequality that's spreading across the globe, the fact there are many multinationals that are tourist shopping around the globe for fiscally attractive locations, and not taking into account where they're actually working. So they have taken this opportunity to make their grievances heard. Now, the location of one of the events, the Sunday event, has been changed to the Arsenal of Venice, which is a shipyard complex with a very high fortified wall around it, which is impossible to get into or out of if you want to. Unless you have the permission and access and guided entrance and exit. So that will be very secure. But right behind me is where the celebrations will be kicking off tonight. Behind me, and it's already in lockdown, local authorities have put it into lockdown now. There's police all over around surrounding the area and also in the canals. Is the Santa Madonna dell'Orto Chiesa Church, and the celebrations tonight will be kicking off in a cloisters right next to it. We may even start seeing the first guests come in.
Well, that's what I was about to actually ask you, Alina, because I have been watching all the celebrity pages and I can see everyone who's arriving. Orlando Bloom's there, the Kardashians are there, Tom Bradley's there, Scooter Braun, you name it, Ivana Trump. So, as you said, what can we expect? Do you have any more details on the plans, the cost? I heard Oprah might be attending.
Oprah has arrived, so has Bill Gates, amongst the others you mentioned. Barbra Streisand is rumoured to attend, so is Elton John. Now, Bocelli Jr. will be performing. Andrea Bocelli's son will be one of the performers at the wedding. And it's also rumored on the ground that perhaps one of the Bee Gees, I think the only one that's still alive, may be performing. So it's a very, very special 3 days. Now, the couple have booked out five-star luxury hotels, the Aman Hotel on the Grand Canal, the Danieli, the Cipriani, and several others, where all their guests and their closest family and friends are staying during this period. Everything really kicked off last night with a sort of rehearsal dinner, if you would have it, of the people that had already arrived, including Ivanka Trump, her husband, and their 3 children, at Diane von Furstenberg's palazzo, aristocratic palazzo here in Venice. And today there will be this event at the cloisters next to the Madonna dell'Orto church. And tomorrow things will start taking up a notch when everyone relocates to the island of San Giorgio, where there's a stunning, very lushly vegetated area belonging to the local Cini Foundation, where the guests will be celebrating. And it does seem there will be some sort of symbolic ceremony there tomorrow night. And then, of course, tomorrow evening, there's reports of fireworks and incredible water visuals displayed on the canals. But I must say that everyone involved in organizing this wedding is under such tight non-disclaimer agreements, NDAs, that very little actually leaks out officially. But so a lot of the information is information that can be gleaned on the ground, seeing how things are being organized and so forth. And lastly, on the final day, the guests will be going to the Arsenal of Venice, the area where the Bezos party decided to relocate part of the celebrations after Greenpeace, Extinction Rebellion, and several others staged a rather visually dramatic protests, including a dummy of Bezos and an Amazon package floating in the canal, and Extinction Rebellion draping a protest sign on a crane above the Danieli 5-star hotel. Now, the cost of this wedding, there's a lot of speculation as to how much it could cost. There's nothing official, but the figures that are being bandied about start from $30 million, and they go up as far as $53 million. But as one Venetian artisan said to me, for someone like Bezos, he's getting married. It's a very, very special day. For a multi-billionaire, it's possibly like going out for dinner, spending that sort of sum on a wedding.
Elena Trapattoni, I hope you get to spot some celebrities and have a really fabulous time in Venice. What a time to be there. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's okay.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. The dollar has sunk to a 3-year low, while world stocks notched their second record high in 3 days on Thursday. This follows a report that Donald Trump was planning to choose the next Federal Reserve chief early as he pushes for rate cuts. Dollar selling continued after the Wall Street Journal said the US president was thinking of selecting Chair Jerome Powell's replacement in the next few months ahead of his formal departure in May next year. European Union leaders are to be presented with a choice by the European Commission in Brussels today: get a quick trade deal with the US at the cost of Washington getting better terms, or escalate the fight in the hope of getting something better. A fast agreement seems to be the preferred option for EU leaders, as they also consider digital tax on US tech giants as a rebalancing option. Turning to the sports news now, and Cristiano Ronaldo has extended his contract with Saudi club Al Nassr, ensuring he will play beyond his 42nd birthday. The Portuguese star, who joined the club in 2002, has scored 93 goals and 105 appearances across all competitions. The club announced the extension on Thursday, highlighting Ronaldo's continued impact and commitment to the team's success. And a reminder of our top stories. In his first video message since the US strikes on nuclear sites in his country, Iran's supreme leader says nothing significant occurred. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has defended the attack. Israel's national security minister has called for a complete halt of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And protesters claim victory after forcing Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez to change some of their wedding plans in Venice. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Coming up on this special episode of Counterpoints, we're taking you to the NATO Summit 2025 in The Hague. We sit down with two prominent European defence ministers to ask what NATO should spend its new boosted defence capacity on, whether Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, and whether Europe is safer after the US strikes on Iran. I'm Melinda Nucifora from The Hague. Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Newspapers focus today on the outcome of the NATO summit in The Hague, which most newspapers viewed as a total win for American President Donald Trump. The leaked intelligence report that undermines Trump's claims of the extent of damage dealt to the Iranian nuclear site by American strikes received a lot of attention as well, with many reporting on the uproar that the leaked report caused, as well as the White House's decision to limit such intelligence sharing. Another story drew the attention of newspapers and media outlets today, especially in America, was Zohran Mamdani's win in the mayoral primary elections in New York. Let's start with the Wall Street Journal, which published a report highlighting a historic shift in NATO defense policy. As European members and Canada, under pressure from the US and facing a growing Russian threat, agreed this week to dramatically increase military spending. The new NATO target is 3.5% of GDP for direct defense and up from 2%, plus another 1.5% for security investments like cyber and infrastructure. Now, the article also points out that while the US is still outspending Europe and Canada, some countries near Russia like Poland and Estonia are already close to the new target. As you can see here on the chart, the third place is the US, while it's actually spending close to 3.5%, which is the current requirement. You have Poland and Estonia outspending it with more than 4%. And if you go down the list, you can see many countries are barely spending beyond 2.5%, some of them not even reaching that percentage of the GDP, only 2%. And then you have Spain that is probably spending less than 1.5%. Russia, meanwhile, is spending over 6% of its GDP on defense, now the most since the Cold War. The article concludes that while NATO forces are large, Europe still lacks unity and key military capabilities, and the new spending aims to close those gaps. To the Times now, which used an interesting title for its report on the dramatic scene at the 2025 NATO summit in The Hague. The title, as you can see, reads, "Daddy Trump takes center stage as NATO bows to his demands." Now, the report describes how President Trump was the center of attention, even being called daddy by NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in a playful, headline-grabbing moment. The report goes on to say that diplomats went all out to keep Trump happy, hosting him at a royal palace and also praising his leadership. The summit focused on major increases in NATO defenses spending, with allies agreeing to raise their military budgets to 5% of GDP, a historic move pushed by Trump. The Israel-Iran war or conflict and the war in Ukraine were key topics, but the mood was upbeat and leaders celebrated the new spending targets. The report notes that while Trump's style and outbursts caused some discomfort, the summit ended with a sense of unity and achievement. Martin Kettle had a different opinion of the scenes from the NATO summit. He described it in his article in The Guardian, as you can see here, by saying, "Without dignity, leaders fell at Trump's feet in The Hague, and for what? All of NATO's key problems remain." Kettle emphasizes how NATO's summit in The Hague was carefully tailored to please President Trump, focusing almost entirely on his demands for higher defense spending. The meeting was shortened and streamlined to avoid topics that might upset him, like Ukraine or even Iran. Also, NATO leaders, led by Secretary General Mark Rutte, praised Trump repeatedly and agreed to a new target of 5% of GDP for defense. Also, though this is a long-term goal, not an immediate reality. The author points out that while the summit avoided a crisis, it did not resolve deeper issues: Trump's unpredictability, unclear support for Ukraine, and Europe's dependence on US leadership. The article concludes that Europe must now work to strengthen its own defenses, regardless of who sits in the White House. Le Monde published an op-ed for Zaki Leidi arguing that European support for Ukraine is being tested by an unforgiving international environment. Leidi, by the way, is a political scientist and a former advisor to the European Union, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. His article emphasizes exactly 4 truths Europe must face about the war in Ukraine. First, Ukraine is in real danger, both militarily and politically, with Russia adapting better to the conflict and Ukraine struggling with troops shortages and desertions. Also, second, seeking help from Donald Trump is pointless as he wants to sideline Europe and does not see Ukraine as a priority. Third, the author says that Europe is not strong or united enough to support Ukraine on its own, and divisions remain among EU countries. Fourth, global support for Ukraine is weak, partly due to Europe's earlier silence on Gaza. The article concludes that Europe must be realistic, adjust its expectations, and avoid making threats it cannot back up. The Washington Post reported today on the political battle over what intelligence reveals about the damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. The report also highlights how the White House plans to limit classified intelligence sharing with Congress after leaks revealed that early U.S. intelligence reports found the recent airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites only set back Tehran's program by months and not years. The move comes just before a scheduled classified Senate briefing on Thursday, where top officials like Defense Secretary Hegseth and CIA Director Ratcliffe will try to convince lawmakers the attack was a major success. Notably, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who previously stated Iran was not building a nuclear weapon, will not attend. Also, the report points out that Democrats are furious, arguing Congress has legal right to be fully informed. The article concludes that tensions are high as both sides debate and real impact of the strikes. Howard French wrote in his column in Foreign Policy highlighting the confusion and mixed messages surrounding the recent U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. President Trump claimed total victory, but U.S. intelligence suggests that attacks only set back Iran's program by months and not years. The article also points out that Iran's retaliatory missile strike was carefully signaled in advance to avoid casualties, showing Tehran's desire to end the conflict, but also its ability to respond. The article notes that Trump's triumphant rhetoric is mostly for show and that Iran is unlikely to ever abandon its nuclear ambitions. It concludes that the attacks have weakened U.S. credibility, made international inspections of Iran's nuclear sites unlikely, and could lead to more instability rather than progress. The Telegraph published an exclusive report on how Gulf allies are increasingly alarmed by Israel's recent war with Iran, warning that Prime Minister Netanyahu's aggressive military actions risk unraveling years of diplomatic progress in the region. While some Gulf officials privately hoped Israel would cripple Iran's nuclear program, there is growing concern that Netanyahu's unchecked power and willingness to use force now make Israel and not Iran the main source of regional instability. The report contends that the Abraham Accords, which normalized relations with Israel and several Arab states, are now under threat as Gulf leaders worry about the consequences of a more dominant and unpredictable Israel. It concludes that despite some quiet support for weakening Iran, most Gulf states for a cycle of conflict that could destabilize the region and undermine their own security and economic ambitions. A news analysis published by the New York Times discussed how President Trump's recent airstrikes on Iran have raised new concerns in China about U.S. willingness to use military force in distant conflicts. It points out that the Chinese leaders are now trying to understand what this means for Taiwan, which Beijing claims as its own, but is protected by U.S. arms sales and the threat of intervention. The piece also notes that Trump's unpredictable style, switching between tough talk and diplomacy, makes it hard for China to predict how he might respond to a crisis over Taiwan. While U.S. officials continue to support Taiwan, Trump's own statements have been vague, and China is stepping up military pressure. The analysis concludes that Iran's strikes have made Beijing more cautious, but have not changed its long-term strategy towards Taiwan. We'll stay with the New York Times, where we will end with an article by Michael Lang detailing the dramatic transformation of New York City politics as Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist, defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic mayoral primary on June 25th. The article points out that Mamdani's campaign focused on rent freezes, free buses, and taxing the wealthy, energized young voters and immigrant communities across the city, especially in Queens and also Brooklyn. While Cuomo relied on older black voters, wealthy Manhattanites, and Orthodox Jewish communities, Mamdani built a broad coalition of working and middle-class renters from diverse backgrounds. The author notes that Mamdani's social media savvy and door-to-door organizing helped turn out record numbers of young voters. It concludes that Mamdani's win signals a new era for the Democratic Party in New York, driven by a younger, more diverse electorate. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Coming up on this special episode of Counterpoints, we're taking you to the NATO Summit 2025 in The Hague. We sit down with two prominent European defence ministers to ask what NATO should spend its new boosted defence capacity on, whether Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, and whether Europe is safer after the US strikes on Iran. I'm Melinda Nucifora from The Hague. Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, after a rocky start, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be holding. We'll be asking, could it give rise to a long-term peace agreement? And could it pave the way to a truce in Gaza? Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on the ceasefire between Iran and Israel, which brought to an end 12 days of hostilities. Well, US President Donald Trump, who played a central role in brokering that ceasefire, says that the US strikes carried out in the early hours of Sunday morning had resulted in, quote, the total obliteration of Iran's nuclear capabilities. And he says it set the country's atomic program back by decades. Well, Israel says it's still too early to fully assess the damage. Nevertheless, the international community has reacted with cautious optimism to the truce, and there are growing calls for a truce in Gaza as well to complement the Iran ceasefire. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Joseph Votel, former commander of the US Central Command and a retired four-star general. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure speaking to you, General Votel. I'd like to start by asking for your reaction to the end, or the conclusion, I should say, of these hostilities between Iran and Israel. Does it look to you, first of all, like the ceasefire is holding?
Thank you. It's good to be with you. Yeah, I think it does look like the ceasefire is holding. I know that it was a little bit of a difficult start, but I think the president, certainly our president, has clarified his expectations to both sides here, and so for these last 24 hours, it seems to be holding. You know, with regard to the first part of your question, I mean, I think what has really struck me over the last 12 or 13 days has just been the significant shifts and the surprises that have taken place. First of all, with the strength of the Israeli initial attacks, and then the responses by Iran, and of course the entry into this by the United States on Saturday evening, going after the 3 nuclear sites, and then of course really just within about 48 hours after that to be at a place where we were working on a ceasefire. I think it just shows the sweeping changes that are taking place across the Middle East, and certainly in this particular area.
I mean, this was, of course, the deadliest ever confrontation between Israel and Iran. I'd just like to ask you, what was achieved? What were the most important, most significant achievements of these last 12 days?
Well, I think the most important achievement has largely been one that is military, and it has been to really strategically weaken Iran and its capabilities. Iran has built most of their military and security capabilities around long-range standoff weapons, around proxies, and around the nuclear weapons program. So certainly Israel, through their series of strikes, has deeply disrupted their surface-to-air missile launching capability. A lot of those missiles have been expended in retaliation fires, and a large number of those have been shot down. And Israel has largely taken out a lot of their manufacturing process for these types of missiles. So this is, I think, pretty significant. We've seen the impact that they've had on the proxies, particularly Hezbollah, Hamas, and certainly seems that the Iranian militia groups in Iraq and in Syria seem to be deterred, at least for the time being, in terms of taking any action. And then, of course, we know that the object of the activities over the last week has really been the nuclear weapons program that has largely been, I think, set back to some degree. I know there's some debate about how long that is, and we'll have to see what the final assessment is, but I think it's fair to say that there's been significant damage done to that program, and Iran's ability to weaponized enriched uranium is and then turn it into something that can be used against Israel or others has been severely set back.
Sure, and we'll talk a bit more about that in just a moment. But I mean, in terms of that US strike in the early hours of Sunday morning local time, I mean, how important, how crucial was that US military involvement in terms of bringing this conclusion to a decisive end? Bringing this conflict, I should say, to a decisive end?
Yeah, I think that it was extraordinarily conclusive and decisive in terms of this. Obviously is a contingency which we have prepared for a long period of time, and frankly, as somebody who's involved in that, as I watched it take place, it was a little bit surreal to do that. But I think what it did, the strength of it, the precision of it, the limited focus of it, directly aimed at the nuclear weapons program, I think sent an unmistakable message to not only Iran, but the rest of the world that we will not allow this to happen, and that we will not allow a nuclear weapon to be in a position where it can be used as a threat to Israel, to others across the region or globally. So I think it was a decisive aspect, and I think it was kind of the crown on top of what had been a very successful campaign by Israel of reducing Iran's military capabilities over the previous 8 or 9 days.
Do you think there's some frustration in Israel amongst people who would have liked to see Israel go further in terms of achieving more? Because, as you said, there were some victories on the battlefield for the Israelis. There have been a significant number of intelligence victories for the Israelis. Do you think they would have wanted to go further and not be told on Tuesday, as they were by President Trump, that a ceasefire had come into effect and that was that?
Well, that may be the case. I'm sure there are some that within Israel that, would have preferred to continue to strike at Iran. But the prime minister, obviously, in talking with the president, reached the conclusion that this was the time to put a ceasefire in place and to hopefully move this into a different medium where we can actually begin to have discussions and negotiations about solidifying this, move it more into the political diplomatic realm. So, yeah, I mean, I think ceasefires are ultimately about compromise, frankly. Not everybody gets everything that they want. And that may be the situation here, but the fact of the matter is, I think for the greater good, the determination was we're ready to move to something else now.
Yeah, I mean, things seem to be panning out more or less as you would have hoped, I think, because when you spoke on Fox News on Friday, you said that if the military option was chosen, which it was, about 12 hours later, it should be accompanied by diplomatic outreach, which seems to be what you're saying now and seems to be what's happening. So you must be watching all of this and thinking, actually, things are panning out exactly as you think they should have done.
Well, yeah, I think that's right. You know, I'm not any kind of prognosticator here in terms of this. And I think my experience as a military officer is that there are certain things that military capabilities can do. They can compel people, they can change conditions on the ground, they can deter people. But ultimately, in any confrontation, you have to get to get to a political discussion. You have to get to a diplomatic resolution of the situation. That's how we solve these problems long term. And the military certainly has an incredible role in that, and so does economics, and so does the power of information. But diplomacy really has to come into its own in all of these situations, really to address the deep underlying issues. And this won't be an easy one. This will be a difficult discussion. It'll take some time, and it will be, again, dissatisfying to some people. But it's the way that we have to move forward, I believe.
Sure. I mean, it's been a tumultuous few days. It's been a tumultuous week, quite frankly, because the week began with that Iranian reprisal attack on the military base in Qatar. President Trump then sort of went down the ceasefire route pretty shortly thereafter. Do you think President Trump was right to shrug that reprisal attack off in the way that he did?
I do. I mean, I don't want to minimize the threat here. I mean, these are 14 ballistic missiles, each carrying about 1,500 pounds of explosives. If they had got through, they could certainly do some damage and cause casualties on the ground. So it's not insignificant. I'm sure the state of Qatar has a view on this as well, since it was into their airspace that these missiles were fired. But you know, I think what the president was looking for, I think, frankly, what Iran was looking for was a way to de-escalate the current cycle of conflict that had taken place. And it appears the United States, along with our Qatari partners, were able to defeat that threat pretty readily. And so, as serious as that might have been, we were able to take care of it, and that provided, I think, a platform for the president to say, okay, let's now move to a different place here. We don't need another retaliatory round of escalation here.
President Trump faced some opposition from people in his own party to doing what America did on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Some Republicans thought that it was a mistake to engage the United States militarily in another faraway conflict. Would you say that, based up until the point we're at now, this has all been a vindication for President Trump?
Well, yeah, I would say that it seems to be going the direction that that is favorable to the United States, and I think really favorable to the parties and to the region moving forward. So I think that's a good thing. You know, I would just point out there is some fatigue in our nation here with our engagement in the Middle East, and whether it's in Afghanistan or Iraq or Syria or other things like this. These have been a heavy toll on the American people, and this was a very significant action. And the president took an extraordinary amount of risk with this, political risk as well as military and strategic risk with it. And the outcomes weren't completely certain on the other side of this. So That it is moved in the right direction, I think, is very fortuitous, and that's good. But I think what you probably heard was people concerned about the risk of, what happens on the other side of this? Are we now engaged in another long-term conflict? Do we know what's going to happen? It seems to be going in the right direction, but I don't know that that was all that certain, or late last week or in the early hours after our strike.
Okay, so the military aspect of things is sort of to one side. It seems, as we've been saying, the ceasefire is holding. Now turning to sort of the diplomatic chapter of this conflict. I mean, are we hearing the sorts of noises from Tehran, the signals that you're hearing from Tehran? Are they telling you that the leadership in Tehran is willing to engage diplomatically and to try to move on?
I think there's been some indications of that. My understanding was this morning the Iranian president indicated that they are ready to move forward. There's also been some of the normal rhetoric that we would expect from the Iranians, them claiming victory in this, and expounding on some of their previous ideological views here in terms of this. So I think some of that is to be expected, but I think there has been some overtures in this, and I do think the Iranians have an appreciation, whether they are expressing it publicly or not, that they have been severely affected here over the last week, and many of their goals have been set back in significant ways. So, yeah, I think there is some. I think it'll take some time. I think this is going to be it's going to be really important for the United States and for other interlocutors in the region and outside of the region to really kind of come together and in kind of a full court press, try to get the parties together and begin what I think will be a very difficult discussion and negotiation process moving forward. But yeah, I think there is some of that, and certainly there will be some political ramifications of this as well. And after some of the previous blow-ups in Iran, we've seen them come back and go after people, alleged spies and others. I think some of that is taking place. That will not be good internally to Iran, but that's part of the makeup of all of this, I believe.
And what about on the Israeli side? Obviously, we've heard the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring victory after that 12-day war. But do you think when it comes to diplomacy, and obviously Israel will go into any diplomatic engagement feeling like it has the upper hand, I'm assuming, if they've claimed victory, do you think they want to engage with the leadership in Iran?
I don't know. I really can't speak for the government of Israel. I think they will look to the United States to play kind of a leading, perhaps initial leading role in terms of these discussions and getting people to the table and having meaningful discussions about the big issues. I think what will be important is the Israelis clearly will try to highlight the things that are most important to them, which would be a renunciation of previous dialogue coming from the Iranians directed at the Israeli state and its existence. I think that'll be important to get reversed, and then of course their acknowledgement that they're not going to seek a nuclear weapons program. I think those will all be very important. I think that's what I think is so important about the discussion. There's going to have to be some parsing of the big issues that have to be discussed in this, and that's going to take a little bit of time in this. And whether the Israelis are directly engaged or not, I do think they will rely on the United States and perhaps some other partners to maybe take the lead in this, and then at the appropriate time become part of the discussions. I think they have to be. I think all parties have to be involved in this.
Just as a wrap up this conversation, General Votel, I mean, there have been Israeli strikes that have hit the nuclear targets and U.S. strikes that have hit the nuclear targets. There have been various military targets that have been hit. We've seen scientists, significant military figures being killed by the Israelis. I mean, to what extent do you think the Iranian leadership has been weakened? Or perhaps do you think as some people do, this has all had the opposite effect. It's got people rallying around the flag there in Iran. Which one is it?
Well, I think there's probably a little bit of nationalism going on and people rallying around this, but I think the bigger sentiment is that the supreme leader is more isolated today than he was previously. Many of the key leaders around him have been removed by the Israelis. He is old, he is sick. They are in the process of selecting replacements for him, here in the future, and they are disconnected. They have largely been off the grid here for fear of being targeted by the Israelis. So, I think their leadership capacity, I think, has been undermined significantly in the last few days. And so I do think there is a significant amount of isolation that has taken place, particularly around the supreme leader. And I think it will probably force, hopefully, some kind of recognition and some kind of discussion within the Iranian elite here about what form their government takes going forward here. I don't necessarily think there'll be a change. I think there'll probably be a next supreme leader, but who that person is and the direction that they go, I think will be a very good indication of what the next few years or decades are going to look like in Iran. So I think there's a lot of internal reflection that has to take place here as they come out of this brief, but I think very devastating war that they've had with both the United States and Israel.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate your time and your analysis. General Joseph Votel, former commander of U.S. Central Command. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints on Arabiya English, coming to you from the NATO Leaders Summit in The Hague. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte has hailed this year's NATO summit as a major success. But that wasn't always a guarantee in the lead-up. Heading into NATO 2025, there was a lot of uncertainty, not least about the US-led demand for boosted defence spending. That had some countries concerned about just how they were going to afford it. The Iran-Israel conflict has been looming large over this summit. And then there was the often erratic approach from US President Donald Trump to Russia and Ukraine. That had some worried that there could be a threat to the alliance's cohesion. On this special episode of Counterpoints, we're sitting down with two prominent European defence ministers to get their assessment, not just on the summit itself and its outcomes, but also how NATO is going to approach these interconnecting global conflicts in the future. First of all, I sat down with the Belgian Defence Minister Theo Franken. He joined us, and I started by asking him whether or not this NATO summit was a success. Welcome to our special coverage here from the NATO Leaders Summit in The Hague. You're with Counterpoints on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, there have been a lot of superlatives flying around this NATO summit, some calling it historic, others the most consequential leaders meeting in recent NATO history. To get views on exactly what's been going on behind closed doors and just how important that is, Counterpoints is joined by the Belgian Defence Minister, Theo Franken. Thank you so much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Hi. Thank you.
What do you make of those assessments, Minister, that this is one of the most consequential NATO summits that we've seen in recent history?
Yes, we have a new DIP, so that's clear that it's super important. And geopolitical context is bad. There's a lot of tensions around Western Hemisphere, around Europe. So that's clear that this is very important. The 2%, pretty much everybody has a 2%. We need to do more. We need to step up. The European security architecture will come in European continent's hands. So that means that, we need to do more.
We've had countries such as Spain questioning whether that 5% is doable. Belgium itself is only hitting 2%. I know that there's a 10-year leadway on this increased spending. But do you think it's achievable, or is it more just an effort to appease President Trump?
No, it's not about President Trump. It's also European allies like Scandinavian countries, Baltic countries that really demand this 5%. It is about capabilities. We need to step up. We need to have more capabilities, real capabilities, not only words, but also real capabilities. So it is clear that we need to increase our defense spending. Is it realistic? You need to know we're coming from 1.3 beginning of the year. We're doing 2. In a couple of months, new government, we decided to do 2. We have a new review on a strategic vision that was approved upon yesterday by the government. So we're doing it step by step. We're only 5 months in office. We do it by step. Now we have a new DIP. And then we'll see in the years that come how we will try to fix that and how we will try to do that. So step by step, Belgium is stepping up and is a reliable partner. Belgium is back. We were always a very bad pupil of NATO class. We were one of the founding fathers, but we were really bad pupil, one of the worst. So now we're stepping up. We're doing the 2%. We have the DIP, and then we'll have a lot of capabilities coming in. So.
Minister, what about with such a focus on defence spending, on military build-up, is there a bit of a sense that in the future it's going to be a world order where it's governed by who has the biggest stick? It's going to be hard power. That is the order of the day.
Well, you need to speak softly, but you need a stick. And it's better to have a big stick than a small stick. So I think that, it will be also hard power. Europe has a tradition of soft power, diplomacy, trade, but we need hard power as well. We see that the world is not a nice place. It's a hard place, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse. So, yeah, absolutely.
Is Europe on a war footing, sir?
No, we want peace. We want to preserve peace. And that's why we have NATO. It's the strongest military alliance in history. So we need to have peace. We want to secure peace, and we need to secure peace by deterrence, and be deterrent for Russia, the Russian aggression that we see every day in Ukraine. We only can hold them back when we're strong by ourselves.
The joint declaration, though, seemed to admit a direct reference to Russian aggression. Was that disappointing to you? Do you consider it a softened declaration?
No. For me, everybody knows what we're talking about, so that's not an issue. There's no discussion about that. It is about Russian threat. It's about Chinese military build-up. It's about Iran. It's about North Korea fighting with the Russians. So, no, that's very clear. There's no discussion about that.
You mentioned Iran. Do you consider Iran a direct threat to NATO and to Europe?
Iran is a direct threat to the West, absolutely.
Do you then consider that the US's strikes on those nuclear facilities has made Europe safer?
I think that we need to do everything that Iran cannot have a nuclear capacity. The monopoly of Israel on the nuclear perspective and the nuclear is absolutely necessary. So Iran cannot have nuclear weapons.
There seems to be discrepancy about just how much damage those US strikes did on Iran's nuclear sites. With that in mind, do you think that this ceasefire will hold and Iran may return more emboldened?
But when you drop those bombs on that site, I think the probability is very high that it is destroyed. But I'm not there. I'm not the expert. Also, the report is not really convincible. It's not really stable, I think. We'll see about that.
Just finally, sir, do you, we've heard the Secretary General talking about, and as you've mentioned as well, North Korea, China, the Middle East. Do you envisage a time where NATO will have a more expanded remit? It's opening an office in Oman, in Jordan. Do you consider that maybe the Middle East may become a focus for NATO in the future?
I think, first of all, collective defense will be priority. It will keep on being priority because Russian threat is very high. Ukraine war is still raging, so that's first priority.
Belgian Defence Minister Theo Franken, thank you so much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
On the opposite side of the continent is Latvia, which shares a land border with Russia spanning almost 300 kilometres. It's at the front line of this urgent need for extra military spending from NATO allies. So I sat down with Latvia's Defence Minister Andris Spruds and asked him if it was a correct assessment, as some have been saying, that this is the most consequential NATO summit in recent times. Welcome to this special interview with Counterpoints on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the NATO Leaders Summit in The Hague. Well, NATO 2025 has been largely dominated by discussions of boosted military spending. And one country at the forefront of that urgent need is Latvia. It lies on the border with Russia and on NATO's eastern flank. So to discuss military spending, conflicts in the NATO landscape and broader global developments, I'm joined by Latvia's Defence Minister, Andris Spruds. Thank you for your time, Minister.
Thank you for having me.
How would you assess this NATO Leaders Summit? We've heard it being described as one of the most consequential in recent history. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree. This has been a formative summit, back to roots, all for one for all, with increased defense spending, with common threat assessment, with understanding that to protect our territories and people, you need to spend more. You need to make alliance more efficient, more lethal, to address those challenges. It's first of all about Russia, but it's not just about Russia. We see developments in the Middle East, we see developments in the Pacific. China is on the rise with some challenging nature in this regard, so we need to address all those global challenges together as one alliance. So that's why also we have to commit more spending, which means more capabilities.
You mentioned broader global conflicts, Middle East, for example. We've also heard the Secretary General making reference to how interconnected global conflicts are. With that in mind, can you see an expanded remit, an expanded operation for NATO, maybe more active in the Middle East?
First of all, it is a collective defense alliance defending NATO's territory. So it's 32 members, 32 countries which should be defended. So above all, the primary task is, if we go back to our roots, collective defense. At the same time, it's not excluded that in different coalitions of the willing, and I would add coalitions of the able, are also actively participating or acting more globally as well. But this would most likely not be direct aim, direct goal of the NATO mission or NATO as an organization. So collective defense is above all.
Because you've mentioned collective defence, I'm going to come to a question I was going to ask a little bit later, but I'll move it up. We have heard comments from President Donald Trump putting a question mark over Article 5. Do you feel confident in Latvia that if you had a direct threat from Russia, for example, on your border, that the US would come to your defence?
Yes, we are confident. Also in declaration, it's clearly underlined, clearly stated, commitment to the Article 5. Article 5 is one for all for one. It is about collective defense. It is about solidarity. But solidarity which must be based in a common spending, in a common capabilities, in common threat perception. Russia is a threat to all of us. Russia will remain a threat to all of us. This has been also underlined in the declaration, which are the most important words in this regard. Solidarity is there, and the financial investment shows the willingness to deal together and also willingness to make the alliance stronger, more efficient, more lethal.
So President Trump's comments didn't make you concerned?
There have been a number of comments from time to time. I think the most important is not always focus on every comment. The most important is focus on the common activities, on common deeds, on common works, what we are doing, not just focus on some of the comments.
A big focus, obviously, of this NATO summit has been the agreement to boost military spending, as you've been discussing. Latvia is at the forefront of NATO's defence. So how would you like to see that increased money spent? Where do you think the biggest need is for NATO?
First of all, there must be the common understanding what we are all facing. There is one NATO, there are no several NATOs. There is no less secure countries or more secure countries. This has been also underlined in this summit, that attack against one country means attack against all member states. Article 5. Article 5 is strong and remains as a basic principle of our alliance. At the same time, yes, spending is crucial. Spending is crucial for our capability development. Latvia spends already this year almost 4%. Next year we're approaching 5%. We are committed to increase that spending. We are committed to achieve our capability target goals, because it is important that it's not just about the spending as such. It is about the tool, a step towards a more lethal, more capable alliance, which also means that we can fulfill our regional defense plans very specifically, very practically. So that's why the spending is just one step towards implementation. So delivery is crucial. Also with partnership of the industry, military industry, defense industry, absolutely the partners in common effort of making capable alliance.
You say making NATO more lethal. Do you envisage Europe at the moment as being on a war footing?
We are moving to this. I would say glass is half full in terms of understanding, in terms of agreeing that Europeans must step up, and we saw that demonstration today, that we are stepping up now with the commitments in a longer term perspective, but many countries will be on a fast footing and will be doing it even sooner, like the Baltic countries, and not only. So still on practical level, there are things to be done. I would say there is sometimes glass half empty on a practical implementation, but in terms of understanding, in terms of the common vision, in terms of the common declaratory commitment, this has been already the success, and we are moving towards the understanding that Europeans must step up, must contribute, must play a bigger role on European continent. Also supporting Ukraine.
On Ukraine, do you feel like Ukraine has been sidelined a little bit at this NATO summit?
Ukraine is one of the top priorities. Ukraine has been also included, support for Ukraine has been included in the final declaration, which is important. There have been
meetings. We didn't see Zelensky invited to the leaders' summit, not addressing the leaders as he has done in previous summits, though.
There have been different formats, and the most important at the very end, it's a practical support, practical solutions. And again, what Europeans are doing, Europeans are stepping up. This is important to contribute financially, militarily, strategically. Latvia certainly will continue its support. Latvia supports Ukraine's NATO and EU membership, but also before we saw some disagreements or some diversity, to be more precise. Already before we saw the formula, Ukraine will be NATO member when allies agree and conditions allow. It seems that allies didn't agree previously, and still we are forming the common agreement right now as well. But support goes on, financially, militarily, through different institutions, through the coalition of the willing. So Ukraine is, of course, high on agenda.
The conflict between Iran and Israel has loomed large over this summit, even though they aren't NATO members themselves. Do you see Iran as being a direct threat to NATO countries, given their alliance with Russia?
What is direct threat? It is revisionism or revisionist countries which are willing to undermine the global order, the countries which are aspiring illegally for nuclear weapons. Iran has demonstrated its ambition to go in that direction. That's why we can fully justify and understand what also United States have done with regard to that nuclear program by the revisionist state, which could undermine a more regional and global stability.
So do you think that the US's actions has made NATO and European countries safer?
Yes, to put it short, yes, because we have to show the strengths. We have to negotiate and act from positions of strength with regard to Russia, with regard to China, with regard also Iran, that there is a clarity in our words, and there is also clarity and consequence in what we are doing with our deeds.
Some of President Trump's allies have suggested that his brokering of a ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel warrants a Nobel Peace Prize. What do you make of those suggestions?
Well, if the peace has been established in a wider Middle East, of course, those ambitions and those efforts can certainly be commended. I would not perhaps make immediate comment on some of the specific prizes, but I think such efforts to stabilize the region and to make peace among nations certainly is commendable.
If I can just turn you back to direct NATO military spending at the moment, if you were to have a wish list of what you would like that increased defence spending to go into purchasing, is it cyber security? Is it advanced intelligence weapons? If you had a wish list of what you want that money to be spent on,
how many can go in the wish list?
You can have three.
Three, okay. Of course, there are a number of activities, number of capabilities which we have to develop. So it's a wide spectrum. But I would underline what we also see from experience, from the lessons in Ukraine. Air defenses are crucial. The new technologies such as drone or counter-drone technologies are crucial, and everything which makes our units stronger, more mobile, more mechanized, more with a firepower, this is important. So, of course, that is a spectrum. At the same time, yes, as you mentioned, the cybersecurity, the space is on rise. It will be increasingly important. So that's why let's not forget, let's look actually in the new venues, new challenges which we will all be facing as well. So that's why, yes, we focus on now capabilities which are defined by NATO, but realizing what could be the future warfare as well.
And just finally, Minister, would you say this has been a successful summit? There were tensions going in, uncertainties about how certain aspects would play out. Would you mark 2025 NATO summit as a success?
Yes, it has been a success story. As I mentioned, we have come back to our roots. Collective defense is crucial. Collective defense of our people, of the alliance as such, with a strong emphasis on innovation and industry, with clearly identifying what is also the threat. Also with support to Ukraine, this has been a success story.
It's good to...
It doesn't mean that we don't have to move forward. The implementation must follow. So yes, success, but certainly with a lot of commitment and a lot of responsibility.
Okay, well then I just want to ask you one final question on that then, because you mentioned commitment. Latvia is already meeting close to that 5% commitment, which doesn't kick in until 2035, I believe. Are you confident that your other NATO members will step up? Because at the moment, a lot of NATO countries don't even meet the 2% that was agreed to back in 2014.
This year, everybody meets 2%, which also means that there has been this understanding to move forward quickly. We will fulfill our commitments shortly. We are moving very quickly towards our 5%. We'll be encouraging our partners and members of the alliance to do it as soon as possible, because urgency is also one of the key words. We have to be capable, and it must be achieved with urgency principle at hand.
Because NATO Secretary General says within 3 to 5 years there could be an attack from Russia. Is that very real?
We should be ready for any attack. We should be ready to fight tonight. So 3-5 years, it is assessing the trajectories of Russian industrial rearmament, but we have to be ready to fight tonight. So that's why it is urgent. It is tonight, it is today, it is tomorrow when we have to contribute, we have to commit, and we have to spend more on our capabilities. We have to be capable as soon as possible. We are today, but it is an ongoing process.
Latvia's Defence Minister Andris Spruts, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints on Arabiya English.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Both defence ministers agree that the US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities have made Europe safer. And they say while Europe might not be on a war footing just yet, that time feels like it's fast approaching. They say it's certainly not that far away. That is all we have time for on this special episode of Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Thanks for joining us. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us across social media platforms so you don't miss any of our episodes. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the NATO Summit 2025 in The Hague. Thanks for your company.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
A pleasure to speak about a Wes Anderson film because I want to be a fly on the wall on those sets. It's so colorful, it's so carefully, meticulously planned. So tell us about the atmosphere on set first.
It's an amazing working atmosphere. You just really focus and you just keep going and everything gets very dialed in, and as an actor you kind of get spoiled. You don't want to go back to
real life.
The other way of working. Yeah,
I think one of the first sets that we shot maybe together was the plane.
Yep.
And it was you walk into this plane that is built on a set. It's not a plane. It's just a section of a plane. And the details, the carpet, everything was period. It was like it was like a 1950s plane, and it's quite amazing. All the details, like you were saying, it's almost like, I think when I watch a Wes Anderson film, I feel I can touch it.
Exactly, it's very textured.
Yes, I saw you doing like that. That's exactly how you feel, like almost like you could grab it and put it on your shelf.
At this moment, rescue workers are laboring to recover and identify the remains of Jaja Korda, international businessman, maverick in the fields of armaments and aviation, among the richest men in Europe.
Because the characters are also so carefully written in detail, how much input can you have onto, what you as Benicio want to infuse in the character?
A lot. I mean, it's me. But it isn't. Wes expects you to bring everything you can. But he lays out a great character that, for me, that was full of contradictions, with a hell of an arc. So you just gotta, keep an eye on, where it's going, But you get to bring yourself into it, I mean, it's within the limitations of Wes's blocking and Wes's vision, you have to bring yourself into it.
Yeah, I found that Wes really pays attention to what you're doing as an actor. And it's not prescriptive. He doesn't say, do it this way. He watches what you're doing, and he sees what he likes, and he sees what is not helpful. But he's watching you carefully. You can always, feel when a director is really watching you, and then you start to really try things and try and make them happy.
You might think, you might see Wes's movie, and it's a comedy, and it's maybe theatrical or something, but you got to be truthful.
Yes.
He expects you to be real.
Yeah.
Which is it's great. It's great for an actor.
And this one is a beautiful reflection on the sense of family and heritage, I guess, isn't it? I mean, I'm Lebanese, so Phoenician scheme is very familiar to me.
Yes.
Did he discuss it with you? Because I think his wife is Lebanese or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think dedicated to his father-in-law.
Yeah, that's why I saw it at the end of the film. There's kind of a dedication.
Yeah, I love that. It's a beautiful dedication.
Corda Land and Sea Phoenician Infrastructure Scheme, my most important project of my lifetime.
Our objective, disrupting, obstructing, impeding, crippling Corda's enterprise in any manner possible.
Get the hand grenades. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
And when there's so many of you on an ensemble set, how much does it, kind of elevate the job? Because, you turn up on a set and everyone is at their best.
Everybody kind of comes through at various times, and it's like their moment, to come. They're like, okay, I'm going to come and do my thing in this Wes Anderson movie. So they're bringing, such a new energy every time, and you get to see those characters come alive and go, oh my God, this is what you're going to wear, and that's what you're going to look like, and the sequence comes alive in front of your eyes. So it's constantly regenerating.
I really believe that the better the actor, the better you'll be. So, it's just a pleasure to work with all the cameos in this film, because they're all terrific, and they just made me better, made the film better.
That's really true. Yeah.
It's a pleasure always to talk about a Wes Anderson film. Every character is sculpted in his mind. So tell us, how does it start, from the script? When, he describes the character to you, do you feel like you put your own input to kind of merge the visions?
I think, as you said, the characters and the story in Wes's films are so fully formed that it's more about stepping into his world, and the parameters and the specificity that he gives you is so detailed that that's actually very freeing. So many decisions are made that actually stepping into it can be strangely very liberating, and you get to explore within those parameters. Having those limitations can actually make it feel like a more creative process in many ways. Something that's really interesting is he creates an animation for the whole movie. So you get to watch that. I know you were speaking about that before.
Yeah, you do. It's true. I've actually had, up until this point, never seen a storyboard before.
Yeah.
And then to be presented with a two-dimensional, simple, wonderful version of the entire film that's animated with Wes's voices doing all the characters. It was beautiful and it was amazing. And because of that, we knew what we were doing. We had a plan. And then the geniusness of Adam Stockhausen, who is responsible for taking all of the written material and making it a reality, creating this world, because of the detail, because of the level of concentrated, minute details. The room exists. Everything is real. And that is so amazingly helpful, and it does allow you to be quite free in what it is that you're doing, because it's all already there and it's perfect.
The animation included like her eyeshadow color and her nail.
It was all black and white.
Okay,
but I knew that she had green tights or green stockings because Wes had told me before, and I was so excited about it. I couldn't wait. I remember doing a watercolor painting of her, which I still have in my notebook. I sent it to Wes, and he was like, "Yes, that's exactly the color that we're going to have." It was lovely.
Why are you shooting my ceiling?
This is a robbery on behalf of...
I understand that. I'm asking about my ceiling. You idiots are destroying a magnificent nightclub.
One thing you'll never know, because you can't. The truth. I suppose I'm moved by this absurd performance.
Do those sets look as amazing as they look on screen? I mean, you feel transported in kind of his imaginary version of the world.
They look amazing. Yeah, I mean, they're extraordinary, but they're really functional. They're not sort of merely decorative.
No, they're real.
They really bring you into the world, and each one feels an enhancement to the story. Yeah, he's a masterful filmmaker.
Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
Call it. Heads. Heads.
Everything feels like, a nice fantasy of his imagination, but there's always a backstory to the character, isn't there? Like Farouk, does he come with like kind of his emotional baggage when he's explained to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots to kind of draw on because his characters are so fully formed. So is someone like Farouk, he's a prince, he's not a king, he wants to be taken seriously both by the West, both by his father. So there's all these kind of little elements in there for every character to draw on. But yeah, like to your point about it being a fantasy, I think in a way there's a level of kind of fabulousness to Wes's films in that they sometimes resemble a fable or something that's slightly otherworldly. But I think in many ways it allows us to see our world more clearly. And there's a lot of events, themes, characters that are really pulled from real life, from world history, or even Wes's own kind of family.
His fam Lebanese, and they're all Phoenician, so I think his wife's Lebanese. And
exactly. So it's really interesting. It's also a fable about the making of the modern world and the patchwork way that is made, and the compromises that are made along that way, and the strange bedfellows that requires. And so I think that there's often in his stories, it's a kind of sharper mirror that reflects our reality than making something totally naturalistic, so to speak.
It really is an honor. It really is. This moment is so special and so important, and I just only have words of gratitude to the Red Sea Film Foundation for having me here today and honoring me with such amazing, beautifully talented women.
Are we matching or what?
We are. Yeah.
I've been directing now for 30 years. I was the first Indian woman to make a feature film in Great Britain. And even today, there's still not that many, not many of us. So we have to keep going, and events like this are fantastic because they celebrate us.
Raya is my sweetheart. She's my soulmate. So I'm happy to be in Scoop with Raya.
welcome to the show, first of all. It's so nice to have you together.
Thank
we
you.
can talk about girls in film. Yes,
absolutely.
So this will be like the theme. First of all, you'd met each other before, or is it all about women in cinema for you and how you met?
No, it's the first time that we meet.
First time we've met, and we've found so many similarities.
So much in common.
Yeah, just two different countries, but so much in common, so many similarities, but one thing, and I think one thing that remains very, very consistent is our love and passion for film.
Absolutely. Yeah. First thing we spoke about.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many films have you done? How many films have you done?
Honor actresses in women in cinema. So I'll start with that, and the actresses, من مصر or from the world, that you've admired most.
I've grown up, I think, on a lot of old Hollywood as well. So if it was like Vivian Leigh or if Gone with the Wind, that was like a film I think I rewatched so many times. And then of course, then transitioning into Bollywood, one of my first films being Devdas with Aishwarya Rai, and just
which was here in Cannes.
Yes, they debuted in Cannes. So that was, I think, just women, strong, beautiful, talented women that you grow up and you aspire to be.
I must say, for me, I take such pride coming from a country that has amazing female actresses, Suad Hosni, all the way up to my love and your love. Your BFF. This is the one you were telling me. She was just telling me about her.
She shares my sweet dream.
And I mean, I think definitely we just come from a culture that really celebrates Arab women and what they've done in cinema.
Yes, about you is that you have always chosen roles that are good for you. Things that you feel like you can give your own pathos to. How much importance did you always give to that in your role?
Always. I think it's so important to be authentic and to do things that speak of my generation and of the women of my time. And this is why I always continue to do shows and make shows and films that, we speak the same language, and I feel sometimes it takes one to know one, so I needed to come from that generation to be able to give them what they want.
And for you, Jacqueline, also, now it's a great time also for Indian cinema, because it's not only about the fluff of Bollywood, there's so many interesting movies that you're part of.
Yeah, it's not the spectacle as much anymore. I think when we started out, and even what I grew up watching, and I was also very inspired by, was that, and I also went through, it's been 15 years now I've been in the industry, same. as you. And you really see the evolution of how it's moved from that to a much more storytelling substance, deeper content, and that's the beauty of it right now. It also there's just so much more opportunity in that respect for women.
My final question is about women in cinema. How important is it for you that there are events that kind of showcase women, support women, shed the light on the talent of women?
I think it's important because women out there need to know what is possible and that they're being supported. That's the only way you can encourage talent into the industry. When you're supported, and you feel safe, that's when the real magic happens.
Yes.
So I think it's very important, and that's why, being here for, the Red Sea Film Foundation with so many like-minded women with such great work, having done such great work, it also just kind of boosts it boosts you up to think, okay, there's still so much that we can do. And I want everybody to know about that. Yeah.
And you've defied stereotypes because you've always been yourself. There's no one like you, but you also support your fellow actresses.
Absolutely. I've watched the Red Sea Film Foundation create this amazing platform called Women in Cinema year after year. And I look at my peers when they were here, Tara Ahmed, Salma Boudef, Asil Omran from the Arab world, and all these other women. Razan Jamel was here as well last year. And it's just so beautiful that this foundation is able to tell these women, we see you, we hear you, and we're here to celebrate you. And it's just so beautiful. It's an honor to be here.
With you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
just met, but we, we have all that work, together, and so it's a beautiful thing to be a creative person. It's always lovely to meet each other, and really, it's most of all because of all the international films and talent, and so many people here that I meet and talk to. And I'm sure they feel the same about just being in the company of so many artists.
It was amazing. It's not real. But she's very kind and welcoming, so she helps me not to fall. So no, she's very kind. No, it's impressive.
بحضر فيلمين ومسلسل بإذن الله. هقول لكم كل حاجة قريب.
It's very tough. It's not that easy, but it's wonderful. A lot of emotions, a lot of you meet a lot of people, and it's really, really extraordinary.
In places like this where you have such international cinema, and it really brings people together from around the world to learn about each other's cultures and stories, and we can really listen through film to each other, and so that's what I'm here to support and listen, and very grateful for the chance.
My daughter is very jealous. She adores Lilo and Stitch. She's 9, and it's totally, we're all Stitch obsessed. So did Maya become Stitch obsessed at some point?
Yes. As soon as the day I was born.
So even before you were playing Lilo, it was all about Stitch for you?
Yes.
So you were excited when you heard that you may be playing her?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was the process? How did you go cast for it?
I just did this little thing called Mini Miss Corner Coffee. I won, and I said that I want to be a star when I grow up. And then I think like maybe a week later, the auditions for the live action Lilo and Stitch was on the news, and I'm like, this is a dream come true. Let's do it. So cute and fluffy.
He is your responsibility. Got it.
We promise.
Yeah. It was very important that the chemistry worked as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that's like the main part of everything, really.
Yes.
So, yeah. Absolutely.
Were you worried about anything, or as soon as you saw her, you think, that's...
I was like, I mean, obviously I hadn't gotten the role yet, but I was relieved, and I was excited, and I was like, this girl is going to be Lilo. I can call it right now. I can call it right now. There you go.
Hey. I changed my mind.
What's that?
I like you as mom too.
I was just talking to the producers, and they said that Lilo on set had several different forms. So he was either your coach, or he was either a puppet, or he was either the director. So how much did that help you? Like, imagine Stitch.
I had an imaginary friend, Bob.
I had many imaginary friends.
Yeah. I think also from the casting process too, they could tell you were always saying yes and. It was always like she was ready to just like make believe consistently, and just was having so much fun with it.
Yes, and I'll get to stop. Yes, and I will act Lilo. Yes, and she is my sister.
Yeah.
You gonna tell me what your name is?
Maya.
Maya Kealoha was such an amazing find for our film. Maya embodies Lilo in a bunch of different ways. That was good, Maya. Like, she really was honestly one of the better actors I've ever worked with.
What do you find most exciting about the character? Are you able to gauge the obsession with Stitch that's lasted over 24 years?
I feel like the whole entire film in and of itself is a huge iconic film that is beloved by millions of people since 2002. You weren't born yet. You were just an idea, maybe not.
You weren't born even 10 years after
no,
that.
maybe not.
Shooting star! I I wish for a friend. Like a best friend.
What the hell?
Have you seen it already with an audience?
Yes.
And how was the reaction? And how did you feel?
I started hyperventilating as soon as the thing played.
And did you enjoy watching yourself as Lilo? Yeah.
Was that weird to see you on a big screen?
No.
Really?
That's how stars are born. Thank you so much, you girls. It's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Same,
Thank
same.
you.
Oh my
No. Dogs on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
Stitch, we are so obsessed with you. We love you so much. You are our favorite thing. Don't you want to say something, Lola?
Hi!
Hi, Lola.
As we've seen in the movie, at some point, Lilo teaches you a bit of Hawaiian dancing. What is one of your favorite moves that she has taught you?
Oh!
Let's watch dance first! Let's watch waves!
Would you consider having a new friend? It would be Lola and Stitch instead of Lilo and Stitch. What do you think?
Seems very nice. Yeah, Lola and Stitch has nice ring.
What is your favorite alien between Jumba and Wendy?
Stitch likes Jumba because Jumba gives best hugs.
I watched the original, and I think that the new one is even better.
Stitch like to hear. Yeah, thank you.
Our interview is up, Lola, but can we all do a virtual hug?
Meanwhile, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, ESQA, recently published a report which focuses on financial inclusion across the region. Well, perhaps the most striking figure to emerge from this report is this: 64% of adults in the Arab region are excluded from formal financial systems. This means they are essentially locked out of economic opportunity. Well, the data shows sharp rural-urban divides. But the good news is that when it comes to active financial engagement, Saudi Arabia stands out with relatively high scores. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to the ESQA Economic Affairs Officer, Mario Jallis, who's the lead author of this report. Mario, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Saudi Arabia does well in some areas relative to the rest of the region. In which areas in particular are you seeing Saudi Arabia excel?
First of all, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as for your question, one of the main areas where Saudi Arabia has excelled is on digital financial services. It has gone beyond its peers in the region and has achieved very high levels of access to financial services. The recent report published by ESQA, the Annual SDG Review 2025, shows that Saudi is actually a regional leader in financial inclusion. And together with Bahrain, it has the highest levels, the highest scores in the ESQA Financial Inclusiveness Index. This is a sign that a lot of strong policy, a lot of strong investments in digital infrastructure and digital innovation have been put in place to make this a possibility. Okay, so would you say that's the main reason why the kingdom has done so well in this particular area, in the sort of digital area? So the digital aspect is a big aspect. One of the other areas in which the region does better than some of its neighboring countries is in relation to financial literacy. Financial literacy is, low levels of financial literacy is a major problem throughout the Arab region. But in the Gulf countries, and particularly in Saudi Arabia, while it remains a problem, it's not as widely present as in some of the other countries. And by financial literacy, I mean that a large portion of the society usually does not know how to use financial services. So Saudi Arabia has recognized this early on and has established a program for financial literacy, which aims to educate those vulnerable groups that don't have access to financial services and help them building their capacity in using the financial services. So this is also another area in which much has been achieved. But going back, I would say, to the Vision 2030 that was put in place in 2016 by the Saudi government, that was a major game changer, because at that point, the Saudi government recognized that moving towards a cashless society and investing in digital inclusion was a primary way to move forward in the financial sector. And it's now collecting some dividends from this decision.
One of the issues that's raised right across your report, and not just with relation to Saudi Arabia, is the idea of underserved communities, particularly highlighting something we've talked about with other guests, the difference between people who live in urban areas, people who live in regional areas, perhaps outside of urban communities. How is the Saudi banking sector reaching out to sort of the underserved communities?
Well, one of the ways that this is being done by some banks is, for example, by establishing specific branches that address specific groups. There are banks that have SMEs or SME-centric branches. So by SME, I mean small and medium-sized enterprises. And this has increasingly been successful in reaching out to those small businesses that normally have a problem or have a more difficult time in seeking loans from these banks. And one of the ways to do this is to be more flexible about loan applications and finding solutions that do not match what a standard transaction would be towards traditional larger businesses. And part of this sometimes is related to having loan repayment formulas that are different from the standard ones, which has also been successful in reaching out to some of the SMEs. However, some major problems still remain, and one of them is related to the gender gap. So the Arab region and Saudi Arabia both have a very large gender gap. And by a gender gap, I mean a large difference between the share of women that have a bank account and the share of men that have a bank account. Particularly for Saudi Arabia, only 63% of women have a bank account, while 81% of men have a bank account. So there's an 18 percentage point difference between the two. And this is among the highest in the entire world. So despite progress, we see that the gender gap remains there. One other area that I would cite where much progress is still needed is related to persons with disabilities. So there has been a lot of progress in Saudi Arabia, especially in digital finance. But we see that this digital finance has not always taken into account the needs of persons with disabilities, and accessibility is a major issue. Some recent studies that covered 32 fintech websites in Saudi Arabia concluded that none of them were fully accessible for persons with disabilities. So if we want to really be fully inclusive, we should be thinking of all people, including persons with disabilities. So accessibility should be integrated from the very beginning.
Okay, and just to pick up on what you were saying a moment ago about digital payments, and in Saudi Arabia, of course, has seen a sharp increase in the number of digital payments. I mean, basically, we're talking here of a really good example of the democratization of the banking system thanks to technology.
Exactly. And also behind this, there's an action not only of the banks, but of the central bank and the government by instituting policies that push towards that. So a few years ago, the payment system in Saudi Arabia was much less decentralized, and there was less structure into it. And with the regulatory reforms that have been introduced and the new payment systems made it much more easier across the board for digital payments. And also the complementary actions of the government to bring further strength to the system by, for example, making it mandatory to have digital payments in certain sectors like taxis and fuel stations or retail. So this also has provided some additional push into the digitalization. And one final aspect I could also cite is the government itself in its actions has also been promoting financial inclusion. For example, by making social protection payments or wages conditional on being registered and having a bank account. So this has also pushed for digital digitalization of the system. And by doing that, encouraging the users to also use payments in their everyday life. So it has been shown by studies that once you receive your salary or your pension through digital services, that you're more likely to also use digital services when you make your purchases.
Okay, and just looking more broadly at the whole region that's covered by your report, I just want to ask you, pivoting away from Saudi Arabia, why does financial exclusion, how does financial exclusion impact poverty and inequality, do you think?
So financial inclusion is actually seen as a lever for the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's built in the 2030 agenda along a wide set of the SDGs, because financial inclusion can permit the citizen to not only control its money, but be able to seize opportunities. And here I'm getting closer to the idea of entrepreneurship. So there is a link between the lack of access to financial services and the inability to explore the potential of the individual. So once a person has access to financial inclusion, that person is more likely to have the chance to invest in his or her education, healthcare, and business opportunities. So there is a link, it's been proven through studies, that increased financial inclusion leads to greater education attainment and healthcare attainment and the exploration of business opportunities that at the long term can create inclusive growth, create jobs, and contribute to society's well-being in general.
When you were making this report and just reading through it, I mean, what would you say are the key measures of success when it comes to financial inclusion? What are your main metrics?
So the most traditional one is access to financial services, but this is a very incomplete measure because it only shows us that someone has the potential to use financial services, but not necessarily that that person is using financial services. So we need to go much beyond the access to financial services. The figures I cited earlier were about financial access to financial services, but we actually need to look into usage. So how often do people make savings? They are able to have an insurance, they are able to get a loan from the banks, and also going further, and this is the next step, this is the frontier of the investigation of financial inclusion, is the impact of the usage. So we start with access, then we go to usage, and then we move into impact. And the impact is by measuring job creation and so on, and comparing different groups, some that might have access to financial inclusions and others that don't, and seeing what were the results in terms of not only having an account, but the results in everyday life, and usually linked to income and education achievement and health achievement.
Okay, and what would you say will be the consequences of inaction in the long term on this issue of financial inclusion right across the Arab world? What will happen if governments simply decide to disregard it and sweep this under the carpet?
Yeah, if we continue as it is, or as it was for most countries recently, we will just be losing the opportunity to start a positive wave of investment in small businesses that can lead to greater growth. And if we look at the 17 SDGs, like as I mentioned earlier, most of them are linked to financial inclusion in some way. So it's when we're thinking of healthcare and education and entrepreneurship, financial inclusion is a necessary step. And financial inclusion by itself, again, is not enough. This needs to come along with other types of services. So these are auxiliary services that must be provided together with financial services. And here, attention to SMEs and entrepreneurship is a major step. And financial literacy can also help not only the small entrepreneurs, but the population in general to be able to use the services safely. Because also just using the services, if we're not looking into consumer protection and in safe use of financial services, might lead to undesirable consequences. So we need to make sure that this consumer is protected, that the person is aware of how the banking system works and how to best use financial services. So it should be safe and affordable access and usage of financial services.
Okay, just to wrap up, Mario, I mean, what are the single most important steps towards improving financial inclusion, and who should be taking them?
All right, so this step will vary a lot from country to country, depending on how well developed the financial system is. But in general, countries start by developing a national financial inclusion strategy. And there are 10 countries in the region that have already done so. 4 are on the way to developing them. And usually this is taken, the initiative of leading this is taken by the central bank, not always by the central bank, but usually by the central bank in conjunction with other government institutions that are interested in that subject. Sometimes that could involve women machineries or the agencies that support SMEs, groups that support persons with disabilities, and so on. One very important agent also is the Ministry of Agriculture for those countries with a large rural population. So usually these national financial inclusion strategies, they set up a mechanism to manage the production of policies and regulations to guide on financial inclusion. They usually involve these government agencies, but also the financial sector. So usually the Association of Banks or Association of Microfinance Institutions are also part of these committees or councils. And increasingly we see, not yet in the Arab region, but in other parts of the world, the inclusion of representatives from the underserved groups to also bring their concerns and their suggestions to the table.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Mario Jallis, lead author of that Esquire report. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Donald Trump is clearly furious as he rages at Israel and Iran for violating the ceasefire. He said, "I've got to get Israel to calm down." What do you make of that?
Well, first, it's very important for us to emphasize the importance of the last 12 days campaign that we went through. Israel actually set out to stop the promoting of potential nuclear threat that would threaten us as Israelis, but would also threaten the entire region and the world. So I think it was very important for us to decide. I'm very, no one is looking for wars, but I think it was a very important event. I also want to convey my appreciation for President Trump for his historic decision to act strategically against the nuclear sites that the Americans have attacked. I've heard the president talking. Israel obviously obeyed the ceasefire until the Iranians broke out this morning around 10 o'clock our times. But I hope that the ceasefire will last, but even more so, I think it is very important to make sure that the Iranians are not going back to their ambitions and to make sure that this destabilizing potential of this region is not coming back.
Benny, the world is still in the dark about the terms of the ceasefire Israel and Iran has agreed to. Do you have any knowledge on what Israel has agreed to, and could this eventually lead to peace?
I don't know exactly what are the details. I think it's just a ceasefire as such. And I guess that the Iranians and the international community and the Americans will go back to their negotiation. It's very important to understand. We have nothing against the Iranian people. And we didn't initiate this campaign before we had to do it. So if no one wants us to go back to that kind of activities, the important is that it's going to be a very good agreement with full inspection and making sure that Iran cannot enrich uranium, it cannot go back to the nuclear track that it was on, it cannot continue to support all those militias around the world and to destabilize the entire area. That's what should be in this agreement, but let's see what comes up next.
Okay, so we still don't have any more details on the agreement. Israel said it held back on Iran and on an attack, and that was after speaking to Trump earlier today. Is Donald Trump the only world leader who has leverage over Netanyahu to stop this conflict? Or is Netanyahu determined to carry on regardless of what Donald Trump says?
The way I see it, Israel agreed to this ceasefire. And I want to be very clear. You know, I might be some kind of political opponent for Netanyahu. But on the issue of Iran here in Israel, there's no left or right. There's right or wrong. And I think we are right. And we don't want to go back to fight if we don't have to. We will go to fight and to act only if the Iranians will make us do so. So the important is to look not what Netanyahu is willing to listen or not. The important is to make sure that the Iranians are not moving forward with those kind of destabilizing and threatening activities. And if that's threatened up, if that's straight up and there's no such event from the Iranian side, everybody can sleep in comfortable.
The director of the nuclear watchdog warned Iran against undeclared nuclear transfer. Is Israel confident sites like Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan still have highly enriched uranium? Are you sure that that has gone? And if not, does Israel know where this enriched uranium is?
Of course, we will have to assess the outcome, the specific operational outcome of what we did in Iran. I think we pushed it back heavily and seriously years back, whether this is a knowledge within the scientists' minds or whether those are enrichment facilities, etc., etc. Iran went very close and tried to go across the threshold between enrichment and nuclear capacity. But another threshold was crossed during the last 2 weeks, is the willingness of acting. I'm saying Israel and later on joined by the United States, we showed our capabilities, but even more so, we show we're willing to act if needed. And once again, we have no intention of fighting Iran to make sure it's not going back to this track. So I think that's very much important. So we can look at the achievement on the engineering perspective of it, on the tactical perspective of it, on the scientific perspective of it, but geopolitically and strategically we need to understand that we went a very important threshold, and if we'll have to act again, we know how to do it. Unfortunately, people have seen it.
So Iran would argue that it was operating an entirely peaceful nuclear program for civilian purposes. We also know Tulsi Gabbard, who is part of the Chief of Intelligence in the US, said Iran wasn't close to making a nuclear bomb. And I just want to know if you still think the right decision for Netanyahu was to hit Iran.
Yes, I think it was a right decision. I think it was a strategic necessity for us from existential perspective. But it was a very important decision on behalf of the region and on behalf of the world in terms of what Iran is presenting. We must understand that Iran is a global challenge, i.e. look at what's happening in Kiev, Ukraine. Look at what's happening with the Houthis in the Red Sea. Iran is a regional destabilizer. Before this war started, the highest number of rockets went on the Aramco facilities in Saudi back in 2019 by the Iranians. At the beginning of 2022, it went by the Houthis that are proxies of Iran to the United Arab Emirates. So it's not just an Israeli issue. So of course we have acted against a potential existential threat as we have done before in Iraq, as we have done before in Syria. This one was much more complicated, but we still could do it. The question is also stands there for the region. And you know, the only thing between a future of escalation and Israel reoperating if it has to do so, or a future of prosperity and stability, is the radical approach of the Iranians. If they won't go back there, we will see much more positive outcomes in the entire region. And we are favoring that. We are deep into the Abraham Accords, and I hope to see expansion of this to normalization with Saudi and other countries, and maybe to have some kind of agreement with the Syrians and the Lebanese governments. So we seek peace, we seek stability, we need security. So if we won't have to act, we definitely prefer the other tracks.
So I just want to speak to you about the scale of damage in Beersheba today. 4 people were killed and the damage is said to be extensive. What is the mood among people in Israel right now? And do they still support Netanyahu's attack on Iran, even though we have seen missiles hit inside of Israel?
Yes, Leigh Ann, you're absolutely pointing out, without saying it, the difference between what we are doing and what the Iranians are doing. We are targeting operational and military and industrial facilities that had to do something with security, that has to do something with the nuclear approach, etc., etc. We may attack Revolutionary Guards, we may attack the Iranian Air Force. We do all kind of things that are military and operational targets. The Iranians are aiming to civilians, like we saw tragically this morning, as you rightly said, in Beersheba. However, the public of Israel understand the need to stand for our security interest, and we have the resilience to go through this process. I've been to all those places that were attacked, whether those are in the south or in the north, whether the people that were hurt were Jews or Arabs in the village of Tamra. We here in Israel are all united that Iran cannot and will not be allowed to threaten Israel and to threaten its very specific existence. I don't know of any other country in the world that calls for the total destruction of other country and building the means to do so. We have seen what happened on October 7. One cannot give those kind of capabilities to radicals that one day might irrationally use them. And I think that this is very well understood among the public in Israel.
So you resigned from Netanyahu's government amid the months-long assault on Gaza. Do you support Israel's attacks on Iran? And I just want to say to you, according to official figures, around 606 civilians have died in Iran since the 13th of June, since Israel launched their attacks on the country.
Yes, but I'm very sorry for every civilian, Iranian civilian that was killed. Just as I'm very sorry for every citizen in Gaza who is being killed. But this is not because we are seeking to kill civilians. This is because we have to go after military or operational targets, and those are embedded into civilian society, and that's the results of what happened, unfortunately, in Gaza. You know, if you talk about damages, surrounding damages in military operations around the world, Israel is achieving the highest ratio, I would say, of kind of 1-to-1, but which professionally speaking considered to be a good operational ratio. But once again, I'm very, very sorry for every loss of life which is unnecessary. We could take all those tons of dollars that went to terror organizations, that went to build those nuclear sites, that went to build those ballistic missiles that threatened the entire continent of, or half at least continent of Europe, and invest them in science, in education, in health system. I think the Iranian people themselves should be getting those kind of things much more than the attempts that the Iranian regime have done outside Iran itself. So yes, I'm very sorry for every civilian who's being killed, and but if it comes to a point where we have to act, then we have to act.
Did Prime Minister Netanyahu carry out this mission to destroy Iran military sites and nuclear capabilities to make sure he stayed in power? Before these attacks, he was facing immense pressure from Western allies over the dire humanitarian crisis inside of Gaza. And every day, there are reports that people who are going to receive aid are being killed at those facilities.
We cannot afford to stop fighting against Hamas in Gaza, nor we should stop supplying food for the people of Gaza as much as we can. Unfortunately, during the campaign in Gaza, we saw that Hamas is taking control over the humanitarian support that is being pushed inside, keeping it in his own storage, and selling it to the society, to civilians in ridiculous high prices. So we are seeking always way to buffer between Hamas control of the humanitarian support and making sure that the people of Gaza actually gets them. So I think that's what we should do in Gaza to continue. And you know, in Gaza we are not revenging because there's nothing that we can do in Gaza to satisfy our revengement sense after what they did to us on October 7. Nor are we retaliating in Gaza. All we do in Gaza is securing our future over there, from there. And I hope that one day will come that we can build in Gaza something that the Palestinians can live with and we can live beside. I tell you first-hand knowledge how many peace people of the kibbutzim around Gaza were murdered. And those people were part of what we call here in Israel the peace camp. They took Palestinian patients to Israeli hospitals on a daily basis. They were murdered on October 7. They were about to build an industrial zone for 10,000 workers from Gaza to work in Israel, and he was murdered. That was my friend, the head of the regional municipality of Ophir Lipstadt, God bless his soul. And those people were murdered. So we cannot afford for that to happen. Hamas controlled and threatened us and attacked us ever since they took control since 2007. Iran were supporting this Hamas group or Hezbollah in Lebanon or other militias in Syria and Iraq since they took control of Iran at the end of the 70s. And those two activities must come to their end in order to promote stability in the region.
So, Benny, I hear you there, and I have spoken to a lot of doctors who are operating in Gaza, and they have said to me that there's malnutrition, people are starving, not enough food is getting to them, and when people are being injured at these aid distribution sites, they have shots in their shoulders, and it is not warning shots. People are dying every single day of starvation. Do you think if the war with Iran is indeed over, attention is now going to refocus on the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, and also that Benjamin Netanyahu has failed to get the hostages back?
Well, we got lots of hostages back. It started with 251 of them, and now we have 50 more in Gaza. So I think we have done a lot, but it's very, very simple. Between rebuilding Gaza and to have a flood of humanitarian and rebuilding the place, there is very simple issues. Hamas must lay down its arm. He cannot control Gaza. Our hostages must come back, and everybody will have whatever they need. We have no interest in Gaza other than that. So why to talk with us? Let's see what Hamas is doing.
Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and Chairman of the National Unity Party. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for having me, and I want to emphasize, we seek peace, stability and security in the region for all the people in the region, Jews, Arab, no matter where they come from. The only thing between us is radicals, whether those are Hamas or the other proxies of Iran and Iran itself. If those things will change, I think we are facing a bright future, and this region can really flourish in all aspects that one can think of, and I hope that one day we'll get there. I believe that one day we will get there, and I'll do whatever I can in my capacity to promote this direction in future days.
Benny Gantz, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Rio de Janeiro. It's a chill, fuss-free Southern American city where anything and everything goes. You'll get a taste of the old and the new, fast and slow, and the luxurious and the modest. It is called Cidade Marvelosa to its local inhabitants. It is also known as a super city, with practically more than 14 million people residing in it. It is a city of history, culture, and tradition, as well as hip, flair, and style. The city is known for its picturesque views. The jaw-dropping beauty of the landscape is all thanks to the Atlantic Mountains nearby, with flourishing rainforests. These mountains actually play a big role in the city's population. It makes up most of the area in the south. Relaxed and carefree, tourists get to go on peaceful nature trips, where they can make the most out of the postcard-worthy views. Meanwhile, the north area is slowly getting crowded, with sprawling suburbs rapidly taking over. And the west is quite busy too, with huge malls being built alongside highways and multi-lane roads. But the cool, carefree vibe remains thanks to the beaches nearby. And Rio's golden beaches are a marvel too. But the things to do in the city are endless, no matter the weather, because the city is teeming with infectious cheer and creativity that's definitely attractive for tourists. There's the famous Copacabana, which has everything for you. Like the locals, walk by the beachside in the early morning and sneak in some exercise, or perhaps play some football, enjoy the sunset, or dance to the samba music that's sure to be playing nearby. Then visit the Copacabana shopping district. Take a commute to the town's known historic center, to the city's stunning architecture and structures that won't fail to amaze you. The buildings are known to be influenced by a blend of historic Portuguese colonial architecture. It blends well into Rio's modern city lifestyle and the famous Brazilian atmosphere. Finally, cap off the day with an unforgettable sunset experience. In the early evening, get back near the beach to watch the sunset. Rio is truly a city that's sought after for its tropical weather and laid-back charm, which never fails to lure travelers who decide to stop by. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. In his first video message since the US strikes on nuclear sites in his country, Iran's supreme leader says nothing significant occurred. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has defending the attack during a press conference that President Trump called one of the greatest he's ever seen. Israel's National Security Minister calls for a complete halt of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And celebrities arrive in Venice ahead of Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's protested wedding. Iran's supreme leader, Al Khamenei, delivered his first video message since US strikes on his country and Iran's ceasefire with Israel. In a speech that was broadcast by state TV, he said nothing significant occurred to the nuclear site struck by the US earlier this week. Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the strikes historically successful during a news conference today. Here's more of what Hegseth had to say.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Gemma White, correspondent and columnist. Thank you both so much for joining me this evening. Dr. Eli, let's talk about Pete Hegseth. We just saw him there. He gave a very impassioned press conference. There was no holds barred in it. One of the greatest things he's ever seen is what Donald Trump called the conference, and added enriched uranium wasn't moved before the US strikes on these 3 nuclear sites in Iran, as some people have been speculating. What a day of show for the US administration.
Indeed, that was what it was. It was a show. It was a show to say a clear message that we think what has been achieved is the greatest thing in the history of humankind. It's a benchmark for humanity. Yet all this American press is not following this, is not covering it as it should, and is trying, on the contrary, to find leaks, to find weak points, to find ways to discredit this, and so on. This what made them really furious, and this what made them bring in the army to explain tactically what happened. And the whole message was simply to reinforce the idea that they destroyed the whole Iranian program. Now, how far is this true or not? This is really not something that we can say for now. We know, to be fair, that the facilities have been hit seriously. The facilities, we can say that they were destroyed. The centrifuge or whatever they use for the mechanisms to produce or enrich uranium were destroyed, but then we don't know if the enriched uranium was moved or not. And more importantly, if the facilities were destroyed, does not mean that the Iranian program is completely obliterated, as he used the term, because the program has the mines in it, the know-how, the people, but also other facilities that maybe we don't know about.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many questions surrounding it, but I think today it was a really show of strength from everybody within the White House. General Dan Kane was there alongside Pete Hegseth, and some of the images they showed of the weaponry that was designed to hit these places was like nothing we've ever seen before, and it was really a show of power coming from the administration.
I think, sorry to interrupt, simply the fact that the president chose that the planes will go from the US, from Arizona, fly all the way to the Middle East, do the hit and return, is in itself a show of force, is in itself a show of power to say this is what we can do, even if we don't have bases in the Middle East, even if we don't have our boats or our military ships, we can still do it. We can still fight a war anywhere around the world.
Showing their reach, aren't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating stuff that we saw. But Gemma, we saw Pete Hegseth there just briefly, and he was a former Fox News presenter. That's something we can't forget. But wow, he's really gone out all guns blazing against the US media and their reporting on these US strikes in Iran.
His style in that press conference was very Fox, very confrontational. You can tell that he used to be on the network. He was really fired up. And what I found fascinating is the very thing he accused the media of, which is coming up with all these facts a day and a half after, the strikes have happened, is exactly the same thing the administration is. Telling us all these things that have happened a day and a half after, the strikes have happened. And as we know, there's been no, independent, assessors from the UN going in there to kind of look at the damage, see what's done. So there is still a lot of, there's a lot that's unknown, but he's, been accusatory against the media. And I think this is he's a Trump man, and this is what they do. If something's reported that they don't like, they don't agree with, if it's critical, it's instantly fake news, it's to be disregarded. That's to be expected. I think what's so interesting is that there are conflicting reports. There's conflicting reports from the CIA director, John Ratcliffe. He said the nuclear site was severely damaged. And then you have the leaked report from the US Defense Intelligence Agency, which claimed that the impact was minimal. So even from your own administration, there's conflicting reports.
But what is interesting, and Hegseth did mention this in his speech, he did say that was a preliminary report, and they are wrong. And that's something that he said is often you can't rely on a preliminary report. I don't know.
But even the
how true
parts
that is.
he quoted from the report shows that the report says this is what the info we have for now, and so much could be unknown, and so much could be learned as we go. And this is an ongoing assessment. So yes, definitely, if you don't have any info on what's happening on the ground, you would say only what you've seen on TV. But then this is where the serious work starts, with your operatives in Iran, with your intelligence sharing and all that information. But is it unpatriotic to discredit such a huge win by the US? This is, I think, where the debate should be, or this is where he tried to take the debate.
I mean, it's very much I think George Bush used to say it as well, if you're not with us, you're against us. So there's no grey areas here, it's black or white. But you were saying earlier as well about sort of showing all the military hardware. Trump wants to have a big procession, doesn't he? He's talked about having one of those big military processions.
He did have one recently.
Yeah. Right, OK.
Yeah, and that was for his birthday.
Not really. It coincided.
It coincided with his 79th birthday.
So there's a lot of this going on right now. There's a lot of, look at my hardware, look at what I've got, you know, look at what I want to show off. Yeah, you know, you wonder what comes next, to be honest with you.
But then in politics, we say a show of power is power. And you can coerce enemies into doing stuff simply by showing your power without even using it. So it is part of his game. And he always said, I want to achieve peace through power. So it makes sense. It's just coherent with what he has been saying. But we have to see how really effective will he be in reaching to an agreement. Because no matter how hard the hit was, if you don't reach an agreement that keeps the nuclear program under check, under international transparency, then anything can be built up again and tensions might rise again soon.
And it's quite interesting because today I do know that Iran has put in a law almost that they don't want
to withdraw from the non-proliferation.
Yeah, so to withdraw from the IAEA, the nuclear watchdogs. So that again raises further concerns because who can really go in and access the damage and see what the truth is behind it? Because Iran is saying, because we've been attacked by Israel and the US, we have now the right to withdraw from that. So that moves them either further away from the negotiating table, because that's obviously going to upset Israel and the US.
We've seen that there is no date set after they said there might be a meeting next week, and now we just learned that there is no date yet. But again, I think Iran would be really playing with fire if they don't go to a negotiation, because hits might re-escalate in a blink of an eye, and they have the reason for it. And they've done it for much less reasons, whether Israel or the US. So I think Iran doesn't really have much choice to go to negotiation. They might, of course, try to play their cards and try to get the highest price for their nuclear program, but I don't think they can afford not to go to negotiations.
But Gemma, when I was watching that press conference a little bit earlier with Pete Hegseth, I was wondering, what is the point of this conference? And I thought, is it shown that there's paranoia at the moment within the US administration? Because, you know, the US going and carrying out these airstrikes in Iran was highly controversial in the Trump supporters base. And we saw people like Tucker Carlson, who's very influential online and a huge Trump supporter, you know, calls Trump all the time. They're really good friends, you know, really against this because it's almost going against the America First policy.
Yeah. I think when you're that aggressive in a press conference, it's quite a smokescreen, isn't it? You're trying to create enough, almost diversion. You know, look at me, I'm being loud, and it's like a magician's trick, really. You look over this way so that, you know, I can do something else on, you know, with this hand. But Tucker Carlson, that was very interesting because he has been, you know, the man on Trump's side for so long.
Absolutely.
Trump would have felt that personally as well, because as we know, he is quite thin-skinned and he does take things quite personally. And so recently, obviously, the loss of Elon as the right-hand man, the loss of Tucker Carlson, who would have been a close friend, that does cause organisations, administrations to kind of hunker down and become, you know, you sort of start to see everything as a threat, don't you? And that's what I see. Hegseth, he was attacking before he could be attacked.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting conference from Hegseth, almost a little bit revealing. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. We're going to go on to another story. And Israel's National Security Minister has called for a complete halt of humanitarian aid into Gaza. He claims that Hamas is taking control of the supplied goods. Meanwhile, rescuers say Israeli forces killed at least 35 people in the region. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent in Tel Aviv, Trent Murray, who gave me the latest and the plan over the next few days.
This has all started after videos started circulating yesterday showing dozens of masked men riding on several aid trucks in the north of the Gaza Strip. Now, some of them were carrying rifles, and what that has prompted now is this fairly huge decision by the Israeli government to halt aid deliveries into the Gaza Strip, reportedly to avoid the aid being put into the hands of Hamas. That is their rationale. Now, we are being told that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked the Israeli Defence Force to come up with a plan within the next 2 days in order to try and prevent some of the scenes that we saw yesterday. But we do know that certainly humanitarian groups on the ground are really concerned about this unilateral decision being made by the Israelis to halt the delivery of food, baby formula, fresh water and the like, given the existing humanitarian crisis on the ground. We are being told that the American-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation does have an exemption, but it is only operating in the south of Gaza. So the focus right now is on the delivery of aid into the northern part of the Strip, where we do know a number of civilians are in need of it.
Gemma, the spotlight back on Gaza, and we just heard from Trent there. But what are aid organisations and charities now saying about this really concerning complete halt?
Well, the UN has not held back with their criticism of this apparently 2-day halt, initially 2 days. Thamin Al-Kitan, he's the spokesman for the UN Human Rights Office. He said Israel's militarized humanitarian assistance mechanism is in contradiction with international standards on aid distribution. So he's saying they're contravening, you know, what they should be doing legally. He also called it the weaponization of food for civilians. So using aid or halting aid as a weapon against the people. And then he said it was up for the courts to decide whether or not a war crime had been committed. Now, he wasn't the only one. There was Philippe Lazzarini, who's the head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, and he went as far. He called it an abomination that humiliates and degrades desperate people, and he also referred to it as a death trap. Now, this is in regards to the GHF. So the 2 attacks on Palestinians recently have happened near GHF distribution centres. And there were claims that Palestinians were, you know, trying to overrun distribution centres. Obviously, these are desperate people trying to get, you know, water and food and aid. But that was used as the excuse for opening fire on these people. So the UN has not held back at all.
And yesterday, I actually spoke to the UNRWA media spokesperson for Gaza. And when we were speaking, the UN had said more than 410 Palestinians are reported to have been killed by Israeli gunfire since GAF work actually began there in May. So this is hundreds of people, almost a daily occurrence when people just try to go and get the basic food.
But this is so expected because, as we've said so many times on this program, that the whole infrastructure for distributing aid is not there. the whole work of international organizations like UN organizations or other internationally respected organizations have been discredited, have been accused of supporting Hamas, have been kicked out of Gaza. So the only institution that is still left and that is allowed to work is that organization, the GHF, with all its controversy, with all its private security, shooting at people whenever they feel insecure. And guess what's going to happen when you have a couple of trucks for 2 million people who are desperate and whose children are hungry? This is the only reaction. This is so expected. And Israel carries the full responsibility since they are the only de facto authority on the ground. And the terms that were used were not, I think, used by accident. Of course, he's going to say the courts will decide, but these are the exact words that exist in the Geneva Convention in the description of crimes against humanity. When you withhold humanitarian aid, it is a crime of war.
Mm-hmm. And I think also the UN have said that just so many people, it said the UN warned last month that Israel's 20-month offensive have left the entire population at risk of famine.
Exactly.
And, you know, GHF, like you said, isn't bringing in that much aid. It's just trickles of aid, and it's a desperate situation. But Netanyahu, Dr. Eli, let's talk about his domestic political situation, because he's got a domestic political situation happening in Israel. We can't forget that. It's been ongoing for many years. But he's asked the court to postpone his testimony in his corruption trial that he's currently going through. Do you think this will happen? What more do we know about this?
Well, let's start by currently. It's been 5 years. That court against him for corruption has been going on since 2020. And he has always found ways to postpone and to get himself out of the corners. And this, of course, as we know, was a big issue, a big confrontation between him and the judiciary right before the Gaza elections. And he almost lost the majority in the parliament. And then all of a sudden, the Gaza conflict came, and then he is hailed as a hero. And now, furthermore, after the attacks of Iran. This is a person who has built his political career on wars, and he claims to have a messianic mission to save Israel and to protect the free world and so on. This is a standard rhetoric that he says. It's not like hearsay about him or analysis. These are the things that he himself says. So this is a person who knows that as soon as the war stops, he's going to be facing all the internal demons, be it divisions within the government, be it his corruption accusations, be it the ICC trial, who still has the arrest warrant against him, or any other things that he needs to face.
But even Donald Trump actually put on social media that these corruption charges should be dropped against Netanyahu, and that's something we haven't seen, you know, a US intervention on such a scale.
Exactly, and the opposition leader, Yair Lapid, said, I don't think a president, we thank the US for its support, but I don't think a foreign president should interfere and tell the judiciary what it should or shouldn't do. So, and Trump, of course, calls it as a witch hunt, similar to the one, of course, that he accused the judiciary in the US of going against him simply for political reasons, while, as he said about Netanyahu, he should be hailed as a hero, as a historical hero for Israel. So a lot of politics into that is weighing in on the judiciary. But I do believe that the judiciary will give him the benefit of the doubt, since they are still in a case of war. They wouldn't trial a prime minister while at war. But we have to also remember that Israel has put several prime ministers in prison after the end of their office term.
Absolutely. It's the country's known for doing that. But just what Israel have said in defense of this halting aid is that there were masked gunmen on top of the aid trucks who they believed they were Hamas. Other clans who are armed gangs have said, actually, it was us, the likes of Fatah, another political party. So it just seems to be a really complicated scene inside Gaza.
Indeed. I think we know for a fact that even Netanyahu and the Israeli government have, said clearly that they did support and they did give weapons to some Arabian tribes in Gaza to stand in the face of Hamas. We know for sure the Fatah and the Palestinian Authority definitely would like to step back into Hamas if they have, into Gaza if they have the chance. So It could be this, yes, but then again, it's going to only add powder to the fire that is already there, putting in more weapons, putting in more conflicts and internal divisions. It's only going to serve the continuation of war, and the instability is going to be only at the expense of civilians and the poor people who are literally starving to death.
Yeah, absolutely tragic what's happening there. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on. And the murder trial of an Australian woman accused of poisoning her relatives using the world's most toxic mushroom is nearing its dramatic conclusion. Justice Christopher Bale is delivering his final instructions to the jury, and she says he's expect members will be sent out to deliberate as early as Monday next week. Patrick Falk reports.
Key personnel in a case that's gripped Australia seen leaving court. Crown prosecutor Nanette Rogers kept her head down as she departed. Defence lawyer Colin Mandy's expression gave little away. For the past 8 weeks, they've argued for and against 50-year-old Erin Patterson. The mother of two is accused of lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death-cap mushrooms to elderly relatives of her estranged husband, killing 3 of them. Dozens of people have turned out daily for a seat in the public gallery to witness a trial peppered with drama.
Yeah, so I am a true crime fanatic, so I do take my true crime quite seriously. I don't think I really appreciated that a case of this magnitude was playing out in my own state, so that's what intrigued me, that's what fascinated me.
So while the trial's gone for 8 weeks, it's been interesting to sit through yesterday and hear the way the judge summarised everything.
On Thursday, Justice Christopher Beale told the jury to dismiss a key prosecution argument that if Erin Patterson's children had eaten scraped-off meat from the lunch, they would have experienced symptoms. He said there was no expert evidence on whether that would be the case. But he also reminded them of her alleged incriminating conduct, including lying about using dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery, disposing of a dehydrator at the local tip, and handing police a secondary phone instead of her main one, which hasn't been found. All macabre details that have made the town of Mayoral, 2 hours east of Melbourne, a centre of global attention and helped local businesses boom.
It's been talked about, and everyone's got an opinion about it, so life will go on, life moves on, and the town will go back to what it was before, and that'll be it.
The big question on people's minds, how did the death cap mushrooms end up in the meal? Ian Wilkinson is the sole survivor of the 4 guests who dined with Patterson. He's the uncle of her husband, Simon, whose parents and aunt were poisoned to death. Had he not survived, it may have been difficult piecing together events that led to the tragedy. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Protesters in Venice claimed victory after they forced Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez to change some of their wedding plans. The main celebration, originally expected to take place in the heart of the city, will now be moved to an isolated area. The billionaire Amazon founder and his fiancée arrived this week for a 3-day event that's expected to be attended by celebrity guests. Earlier, I caught up with journalist Elena Trabottoni, who told me about the new venue.
Now, the location of one of the events, the Sunday event, has been changed to the Arsenal of Venice, which is a shipyard complex with a very high fortified wall around it, which is impossible to get into or out of if you want to, unless you have the permission and access and guided entrance and exit. So that will be very secure. But right behind me is where the celebrations will be kicking off tonight. Behind me, and it's already in lockdown, local authorities have put it into lockdown now. There's police all over around surrounding the area and also in the canals. Is the Santa Madonna dell'Orto Chiesa Church, and the celebrations tonight will be kicking off in a cloisters right next to it. We may even start seeing the first guests come in.
There we go. We've heard from Elena. We have spoken about this wedding before. Dr. Ellie and I are really excited. But Gemma, tell us about the protest update. What has been going on?
Do you know what? I'm watching this and I'm seeing Lauren Sanchez and Jeff Bezos waving, and I'm thinking, who are you waving to?
She's like the Queen when she comes out to get on a boat. She's like this. Yeah.
Lady, they do not want you there.
She's waving to
She's
the
waving
protesters.
for the press. Come on.
Or to the
and the press is there.
She's Marie Antoinette for the ages. Yes, so the protesters, they've claimed this as an enormous victory. And I'm going to let them have that. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
So this is the
Thank
no
you,
space.
Gemma.
This is the no space for Bezos group. Now, they've joined forces with the Everyone Hates Elon group. Again, I'm very amused by this.
Are these people being paid to be protesters? Because they don't sound like they've got much else going on.
I just like their name. I like the way they've named themselves. They're the ones who unfurled the big banner in Piazza San Marco. And
Pay
it's
your taxes.
Yes, it was a big picture of Bezos, and it said, if you can rent Venice for your wedding, then you can pay more taxes. So these two groups have joined together, and they have, I guess they have succeeded in the wedding being moved, because from the start, they always said this isn't about, we're not against two people getting married. They were against the exploitation and violation of their city. That they've been quite
I
firm
really
from
cannot
the
see
start.
where's the exploitation. If you go and rent a venue and get married and invite all the celebrities, where's the exploitation in that?
I think it's because of, obviously, allegations that Amazon does not treat their staff very well.
Or hasn't paid its fair share.
Hasn't paid its taxes.
That's a different story. Come on, these are two
that is
happy people who
exploitation.
want to get married. And
Well, again, they're not against the marriage. But interestingly, there's been a lot of trying to run interference on this, trying to get ahead of the story. So their wedding planners, Lanza and Balsina, they actually organised George and Amal Clooney's wedding. They organised the wedding of Salma Hayek and Francois-Henri Pinault. So, they've organised these big Venice weddings before. And 4 days ago, they came out and they said, from the outset, Lauren and Jeff have always said they've got the utmost respect for the city and its residents. So clearly they had been seeing what was happening on social media and in the news. And then today, which is probably my favourite part of all of this, part of the wedding invitation was leaked. Now, it looks like it was done in Microsoft Word clip art from 1995. It is something that my 12-year-old son could absolutely knock out of the park.
how more humble do you want them to
But
be?
I must say something. When Gemma
more?
showed it to me, because I hadn't seen it before Gemma showed it.
You were shocked.
It's a very
No,
modest
no.
invitation. It's a very nice...
Dr. Ellie, I was really shocked. I didn't believe it was true. I thought it was a fake. Because like when you're a child and you invite people to your party.
Collage.
Your mother makes those little things, doesn't she? She buys them in a whole pad and then just writes them out.
Yeah.
And I felt like that's what it looked like. And it was really strange.
It looked so amateur. But this was the part of the invitation which said they don't want any gifts. Obviously they've got everything that they possibly need. But and they said instead of gifts, we are making contributions in the names of all the celebrity guests to an array of Venetian charities.
Here you go. What better do you want? Come on.
Oh, I'm not disrespecting that at all. I'm disrespecting the clip art on the invitation.
No, me too.
But yes, this is where we're at right now. A change of venue, the joining together of two activist groups, and terrible taste in wedding invitations.
I was worried about moving to that shipyard.
Yeah.
I'm looking out the shipyard.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's a very nice shipyard.
It's really nice.
It's
The
a
word
historic-
shipyard doesn't conjure up great images.
Shipyard. It looks
Yeah,
lovely,
yeah.
doesn't it?
So it's nice.
And I must say something. I was just really fascinated myself because I love celebrity weddings and celebrity news. And I was showing Dr. Ellie everyone who's been arriving in Gemma. We've seen the Kardashians
People who I have
arrive.
no clue who they are.
He
But
now knows
yeah.
who Kim Kardashian is.
He knows who
Khloe
Kris Jenner
Kardashian,
is now,
And he knows
yeah.
I
who's
know
Kris
Kris
Jenner. And then, of course, Orlando Bloom's
Yes.
arrived, all in the speculation that he might have broken up with Katy Perry. Everyone's watching that. And then Oprah. These are big names. But something that baffles me is how does a wedding cost in the region of $50 million. Like, what is that money being spent on? How much is the cake? How much is the... It's obscene.
We thought the goodie bags would be quite good, didn't we?
Yeah.
There's going to be some good stuff
And then
in there.
flying the people in, accommodating
but they're so rich,
them.
they could fly themselves
Yeah,
in.
but then you're inviting. It's nice to do a gesture and bring them on a private airplane, and then they are from the mainland to the city, and then, you know, proper accommodation, a cake probably with gold leaves, the security, all that kind of stuff can be quite expensive, but I don't see the problem.
No, I'm a bit... I
Remember her 27 outfit changes?
Oh, is that what she's having?
Yes, 27 outfit changes.
Oh, my gosh, I wonder who the designers are.
I think you're looking at a lot of... well, maybe they'll go quite Italian. Maybe, you know, there'll be a lot of Dolce & Gabbana. Maybe there'll be Bulgari. Yeah, exactly. So that might be a kind of... Hey, look, we're supporting, you know, Italian designers as well.
That's so interesting. No, I find it fascinating. Dr. Eddie and I love it for different reasons. He loves it because he's romantic. I love it because all the celebs are arriving. And Gemma loves it because they're all protesting.
It's got something for everyone.
And they are planning more protests. And in that sense, I think it's becoming a bit too much. Every time, and I think it's part of an ideological trend, mostly in Europe, but also somewhere around the world. I don't want to call them the haters, but the lefties, who are against anything that is, in its essence, either, you know, liberal or whatever, in the sense, or capitalist in that sense. So a G7 summit would lead to the destruction of the city. A famous wedding would lead to protests. Sometimes a football game would lead to... you know, it's becoming a bit too much. I can understand if there's allegation against taxation, but then sue the guy. Don't destroy his wedding. You know?
Okay, so
I really don't see the problem in them renting venues in the city and then having the best wedding, no matter how much it costs. I really don't see the problem in that. If they are due to something, if they have broken the law, then it's the courts to decide, not for people in the streets.
I wonder if, you know, it's so interesting when it comes to protesters too, because I'm always like, oh, are they getting paid? Are they bored? But I get your side too, Gemma. But I hope they have a wonderful wedding, and I'll be looking out for her dresses because obviously I do really care. And now we've moved on to that part in the show where Dr. Ellie and Gemma, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories. Now, Gemma, your story, I have just seen absolutely everywhere. People have got it on WhatsApp groups. It's all over social media, and it's all about the Marks and Spencer's strawberries and cream sandwich. It's fascinating.
It's the sandwich that has divided the UK.
Oh, it's divided. Why?
It's a Marks and Spencer's sandwich.
Okay.
Some people... You know, the sandwich was invented in the UK. We have a very close relationship with sandwiches.
I did not know that.
Yes, it was invented by the Earl of Sandwich.
Really?
Yes, and...
What's the Earl of Sandwich?
That's his name. He was the Sandwich is
Really?
the place.
Ah,
yes.
okay.
So it was hence
Neither.
the name sandwich. And he wanted it invented because he wanted a food that he could hold while he could still play cards with his friends.
Okay.
And the first sandwich was, I think, roast beef between two slices of bread. So that little history lesson there.
Wow, that's fascinating.
So the British obsession with sandwiches, you know, you have to be there to understand. Everyone's got their favourite sandwich filling. You know, we go to... all different stores to buy them, and Marks and Spencer's is where you go for your sandwiches. So this new sandwich is a dessert sandwich. It's 2 pieces of brioche filled with a sweet cream cheese and strawberries.
It looks so good.
It does look so... we all talked about how we do really want to try this, and can we sneak back to the UK and get one? And obviously it's in time for Wimbledon. Traditionally at Wimbledon, strawberries and cream are served. Some people are up in arms. Sweet sandwiches, you know, what will come next, you know. But if you were, you know, from Southeast Asia, from Asia, you would know that fruit sandwiches there are a huge staple, food staple. Traditionally, they will eat fruit in like a sweetened bread. So that's been a snack for hundreds of years. But it's kind of making minds get blown in the UK.
Gemma, are we sure that Marks and Spencer is paying all his taxes and not abusing his workers so we can enjoy the
and
cake?
The sandwiches.
So we can enjoy the sandwich.
And let them eat cake, I would say to that.
Or the strawberries are fair trade, I hope, at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, otherwise you would never buy anything anything or eat anything anywhere, starting from Starbucks to McDonald's to anything. It's going to be a hard life.
But anyway, it's £2.80.
£2.80
sandwich, and
that's good.
It looks fabulous, doesn't it? I really love it. I like the look of that sandwich. And do you think James Bond would eat a sandwich like that?
No, he's too classy for that.
No, but this is a classy sandwich.
Well, James Bond is coming back. That's the good news from today. This is a story from today. Many people were assuming that there's not going to be any more movies, especially after Greg pulled out earlier than expected, and then there was a halt, and then there was a movement in the ownership of the property right from the original family, the Broccoli, into the Amazon MGM, so the big production company. The news that we have today is that they have decided on the producer, and it's the Oscar-nominated French-Canadian filmmaker, Denis Villeneuve. And he is the one who did Dunes 1 and 2. He is the one who did Blade Runner, and he is the one who did The Arrival. All amazing things, and he is still working on many things. So I think it's going to be a bit later within the year until we see probably early 2027 we will see the next James Bond movie. But then the question is, who's the next James Bond?
This is a question. Gemma.
The list is getting shorter. You know, I'm sure everyone's devastated that obviously Idris Elba was the front runner for a long time, but he's too old now. We all know this.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
You need a young chap because you're basically signing your life away for the next 10 years because you're going to do like 3 or 4 movies.
Yeah.
He would have been spectacular. But so top of the list are, you know, Aaron Taylor-Johnson, Theo James, who was just in The Gentleman on Netflix.
I love The Gentleman.
James Norton. That divided all of us earlier, didn't it?
I thought James Norton too. When I wrote a list down earlier, I definitely had James Norton on there. But he's been touted for a really long time. I interviewed James Norton very many years ago. I must have been 10 years ago.
Is he Bond?
Yes. What vibe did you get?
Does he have the Bond qualities?
I remember thinking he was much taller than I imagined him to be. But he was a very nice guy. And I asked him back then, I mean, talking a decade ago.
Yeah.
And so he's been around for ages, maybe a bit old too now.
His name's still in the running.
Still in the running.
Jonathan Bailey from Bridgerton.
Okay.
He's in the running. And then you've got your sort of young up-and-comers. You've got Callum Turner, Harris Dickinson and Josh O'Connor. They're not household names, but then Daniel Craig wasn't a household name when he took on the role.
I think it's a necessity not to be a household name, because then you own it, then you believe in it, and then you stay with it for many years, as Gemma was saying.
Yeah, definitely.
But then none of these is my favorite name. Maybe they're not on the short list, but mine is in Irish called Paul Mescal.
Paul Mescal, yeah.
And then also a Scottish called Jack Lowden.
And Lucy, our producer, was really keen on Jack. She mentioned him
I like these guys a lot. I've liked the movies that they have done. I disliked Daniel Craig a lot. Yes, I'm sorry to say that, but...
Controversially.
Likes Bezos, he doesn't like Daniel Craig. I don't know what's happening.
Controversially, I know this is going to be
I think he's too pale to be a James Bond.
Can I tell you what? Daniel Craig, I know it's controversial, but I loved him as James Bond. Yeah, I think he was actually my all-time favourite. I know we've got the greats like Pierce Brosnan and them, but for me, Daniel Craig, he was just a bit rough around the edges.
That's not how James Bond is supposed to be.
Do you like suave?
He's supposed to be the very classy gentleman.
I loved it. And do you remember the Venice one, if we're going to connect it to Venice? But you remember when he came out in that swimming trunks? I was sold.
That broke the internet,
Not me. But then again, me and Lucy agreed again that Sean Connery is the best James Bond ever, and not all the others. There's been so many votes. I was looking online, and there has been so many votes to rank which is your favorite James Bond. For me, it's definitely Sean Connery. And again, a non-English guy, a Scottish guy. I don't know, maybe I have something...
against the English.
In favor of the Scottish and Irish. Not in this team, not in this company. I don't dare say it. No.
We'll have to take you to Scotland, Dr. Ellie. But it's so fascinating, isn't it? And I really have missed James Bond. It's one of those series that I do love to watch, and they're always so well done. And it'll be really interesting to see a new director come in and a change of what we've become so used to with Daniel Craig.
I think he will bring in a beautiful addition. He has done amazing work in his other work, Villeneuve, we're saying.
Yeah.
And I think he will make very nice Bond movies, at least 2, 3 to come. Looking forward, really.
No, I'm excited about it. Bond, James Bond, you know, yeah, all of those. What was the favourite drink of his? Oh, well.
Shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred, yeah. And so thanks so much to tonight's guest, Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and a Gemma White correspondent and columnist. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll be examining this week's NATO summit at The Hague, and we'll be asking, was it as strong on substance as it was on form? Plus, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth describes last weekend's US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as historically successful, but Iran's supreme leader says they achieved nothing. Which is it? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with analysis of this week's NATO summit at The Hague, which is widely seen as having been a success for the 32-member alliance. Well, the US President Donald Trump was on the ground in the Netherlands for less than 24 hours, and yet he returned to Washington having secured a significant policy change, one that he's pushed for since 2017, namely to get member states to commit to boosting defence and security spending to 5% of GDP by the year 2035. Well, the US President has previously accused NATO members of freeloading off Washington. Well, the Hague summit was short and seemingly far more amicable than in previous years. It even saw the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte refer to President Trump as a daddy.
They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
So that was the US President Donald Trump speaking alongside the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Meanwhile, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was quick to brush off the commitment to that boost in defence spending by NATO member states. Here's what he said.
As for the impact of this 5% ceiling, or rather the 5% target on our security, I don't think it will be significant. We know what goals we are pursuing, we don't hide them, and we openly declare them. They are absolutely legal from the point of view of any interpretations, principles of the UN Charter and international law. And we know what means we will always use to ensure these goals.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Stephanie Babst, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, who joins us from Foch in Germany. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure speaking to you. Let me start by asking you this, Dr. Babst. Was this summit, this NATO summit at The Hague, a success in your view?
Well, according to what allies, leaders, as well as the NATO Secretary General said, it was all a splashing success. A short and sweet 2.5 hours meeting. The success rate was probably related to whether Donald Trump felt comfortable and was happy, and recalling his press conference, I had the impression that he left The Hague quite satisfied. But that's just one part of the story. The other is that unfortunately the NATO summit didn't deliver any type of strategic footprint.
OK, but what it did deliver is a pledge from NATO member states to boost their spending on defence and security. I mean, to a level that President Trump has been saying for almost a decade now, it really needs to be achieving. I mean, that's a success, isn't it?
Well, it depends. I mean, first of all, it's a declaration of intent. It's a non-binding commitment along the lines that we've seen 11 years ago at the NATO Wales summit, when the NATO allies made a very similar pledge, this time to 2%, and their vote to really invest into upgrading and bolstering their defense and deterrence posture. It took them 11 years, and some of those countries hardly made it to the 2% target. Now, as far as the 5% is concerned, as I said, it's a declaration of intent, and many countries will continue to struggle with fiscal issues, with domestic priorities. Countries like Spain, Croatia, Italy, many others, they hardly met the 2% target. So I'm not too convinced that this is really a strategic message that President Putin, our strategic adversary, took serious in a sense that it will prevent him from doing what he has been doing in the past 11 years. And I think that's unfortunately.
Indeed, we heard the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov reacting to that announcement, that memo, saying that the extra spending won't really make much of a difference. But I mean, obviously the Russians would have said that whatever. And you know, one of the things that has changed perhaps in the last couple of months is that the Russian economy is starting to look quite weak. And they don't seem to be winning this war, do they?
Well, I think coming back just for a minute to the pledge of 5%, it's more or less self-evident to me that Europeans and Canadians need to invest into their military capabilities, into their manpower, into improving the technological base for military capabilities, to overcome the fragmentation of the European defense market. All this is on the political table of governments for the past years. So I would have very much liked to see these governments just doing this, just implementing what they keep on saying for the past years, and instead use the summit to focus really on the broader, vitally important strategic issues. And the issue really unanswered, untackled, so to speak, is how can we deter Russia? How can we actually make Russia understand that it will never get Ukraine? And so none of this was discussed. All the issues, the strategic issues, were brushed aside at the NATO summit in The Hague. Because the American delegation made very clear at the very beginning that they didn't want to talk about a long-term strategy towards Russia. They didn't want to talk about the next steps in terms of securing Ukraine's future. They didn't want to talk about enlargement. They didn't want to talk about China. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that the Russian side looked at the summit and said, okay, I mean, here were allies, I mean, who paddled their own shoulders, saying this was one more time a historic success, but the implementation of their political intent will yet to be delivered.
One commentator described the summit at The Hague as being a, quote, carefully choreographed show of NATO unity. I mean, we can be skeptical about, you know, that unity and we can be skeptical about the substance of what was achieved. But isn't it much better that those member states show unity than show disunity? I mean, doesn't it send out a key message?
Well, that's very much, I guess, what former colleagues of mine in the NATO headquarters would say. It's all about showing off. It's all about leaving the impression or giving the impression that there is a particular sense of unity and political solidarity. But people who watch what's going on in Europe, people who listen to what European leaders say, people who listened to President Trump in the past 100 days, they know perfectly well that there is no such a thing as a full-fledged, strong, robust unity. We have a US president who has cast doubt whether he is really committed to NATO ever since he has moved back into the Oval Office. We have a US president who is not only attacking long-standing allies such as Canada and Denmark, threatening them to invade them or make them their 51st member country. We have not only a President Trump in the White House who has openly saying that he is really not buying into the idea of defending the rules-based order and instead is showing more than sympathies to the Russian president. And then we have European countries, such as Hungary, such as Slovakia, who, you know, ever since Russia attacked Ukraine, keep on saying, this is not, you know, our issue. We want to keep our wonderful relations to Russia. We want to keep our business relations. We have countries such as, Turkey, who continue to playing a very ambivalent role towards Russia. So I can't really see the type of unity, I mean, that we keep on talking about. And I think it's, it looks to me as if there is an, effort made to propagandize on this message. And I don't think this is very healthy.
What about the meeting that took place between Presidents Trump and Zelensky on the sidelines? I mean, a 50-minute long meeting, their first meeting since they met at the funeral of the Pope in Rome. Apparently, things went quite well. I mean, doesn't that offer you some hope that perhaps President Trump has come round at least to the NATO, other NATO member states' view of this war in Ukraine, and indeed the Ukrainian president's view of it?
Well, let's look one more time at reality. Reality is that the United States has halted its cyber operations against Russia. The United States has halted, or rather suspended, any type of military aid packages in support of Ukraine. President Trump has repeatedly said that he has more or less sympathies, understand the Russian rationale of attacking Ukraine. President Trump has formally acknowledged the illegal annexation of Russia or by Russia of Crimea. And I can't help but think, he's completely agnostic about the strategic fate of Ukrainians. And I don't expect for a minute that this is going to change in the future, regardless of who he meets and how this meeting eventually comes around. So it is up to us. It is up to the Europeans and all those in the Democratic camp, who really want to continue work towards making sure that an aggressor such as Russia will not get its way and will not, succeed. And I would have liked to seen at the NATO summit a meeting of the coalition of the willing. Where were they? They keep on making noise for months now about working on a deterrence, a posture, a reinforcement operation in Ukraine in order to really contain Russia in the long run. They were not there. There was no mentioning of that. So I must admit, you probably hear that in my voice. I'm really frustrated to a certain extent and cannot really join the chorus of all those saying it was rose and dandy. It wasn't.
Okay, so you might say to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, whose language was pretty glowing of the US president, some very interesting choices of words to describe him. But one thing he said, Mr. President, dear Donald, this push for increased alliance defense spending will help you to achieve something that no American president in decades could get done. What you're basically saying is that Mark Rutte is perhaps being unrealistic.
I have spent 23 years of my professional life at NATO. I helped prepare and attended 10 NATO summits, and I worked for 5 NATO Secretary Generals. So I'm extremely well aware that every Secretary General of NATO needs to really strike a positive, constructive tone towards the United States, towards, the American president. But I think there is really space between groveling to the American president and making the points made by other European allies. And I was really embarrassed listening to the Secretary General Mark Rutte praising the leadership of someone in the White House who clearly doesn't really share much of what we, at NATO at least, have tried to come across or get across and cultivate over the years, which is a sense of democratic togetherness and a sense of being treated really as, a community of values. And I can't see this at all. And as I said, I was really embarrassed.
Okay, well, I mean, you're saying that Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, was groveling there essentially to President Trump. But I mean, given the choice between groveling to President Trump and having his involvement and having, some sense of togetherness, and the alternative being annoying President Trump, getting his back up and having him walk away or storm off even, and perhaps turn his back on NATO altogether. I mean, surely the groveling option is the preferable of the two.
Is it really? Is it? Is this really the attitude, the level of ambition that Europeans and Canadians should show? I doubt that very strongly. I wish Europeans would develop a stronger sense of self-confidence and political stamina. I wish very much they would be obviously open and ready to continue working with the United States. I've been a transatlantist for really all my life, so I really wish that we would have a United States on our side on which we can rely on. But I very much doubt that this is the case. So in order to really move forward with the pressing issues here on our continent in Europe, and in order to really support Ukraine, which after 3 years and 4 months still endures, this absolutely reckless Russian aggression. I really want more, than European leaders groveling and hoping, that at some point President Trump will leave the NATO Council room happy. And I don't think this should be really our level of ambition.
So when you hear the Lithuanian president saying that we should choose a motto, which is to make NATO great again, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, strategic messaging is one. And as we already discussed, it would be really important for the allies, the 32 allies, to come across as dedicated, resolved, and really with, a shared vision of how they want to go about reinvigorate European security. But we don't do this. We talk a lot. We invent new terms like make NATO great again. But at the end of the day, what counts is the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, that's why I feel so passionate about Ukraine, is that we have failed. We continue to fail to push back a Russian aggressor, which is so reckless and which is killing and terrorizing Ukrainian people all the way in the run-up to this wonderful historic, summit. We really, I think, must become better. And so I really hope for those in the alliance, for those very clear-eyed governments, in particular in Scandinavia, in the Nordic region, in Poland, in the Baltic countries, who understand what is at stake and are really prepared to take the necessary steps.
I mean, under the previous leadership of the alliance, with President Biden at the White House, this war with Ukraine started. Obviously, Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and they didn't manage to stop it. And here we are in the fourth year of this war, as we've been saying in this conversation, and the war still hasn't stopped. Are you at all confident that some fresh approaches, like the ones that President Trump has discussed, and with some unorthodox methods, which we've seen from President Trump, are you at all confident that that could somehow or other yield a result?
No, I'm not. My assumption is that the Russian side will continue executing their summer campaign, all the way in the next few weeks and months, probably by the end of autumn, early winter, once they come to a halt, they will signal more readiness to start negotiating in one way or the other. And I continue to believe that President Putin feels simply emboldened by our policy. We keep on saying we support Ukraine as long as it takes. We haven't identified any form, any type of strategic end state. If you don't have an end state, if you are, unclear about what is it that you want to achieve, do we want to have a frozen war in the middle of Europe? Is this really what we want collectively? And give in to the Russian president? Or do we want to help Ukraine defeat Russia? Unless this question is not answered, we keep on circulating around. And I can only praise the Ukrainian political stamina and resolve, because they continue to make remarkable progress in terms of fighting back, developing their own defense industries, their own capabilities, making really smart operational moves on the battlefield, like we've seen just a couple of weeks ago. And so I think Ukrainians they have already become the strategic center of gravity in Europe. So the question should no longer be whether, we support them and, let them wait in front of the NATO doors for the next, 20 years? But I think the question should be rather the other way around. What is it, that Ukrainians can provide and perhaps will be ready to provide in order to secure European security? And yes, that's a question I don't think that has ever occurred to President Trump, nor has he ever voiced it, nor I think is he, someone who thinks in terms of strategic categories. He thinks in terms of quick deals, deliverables, and messages he can sell towards his home base back in the United States.
And just lastly, Dr. Babson, briefly, if you will, and I'm sure you'll be glad to be brief on this last answer, because I don't think you're going to like the question. But the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, likened President Trump to a daddy. That was one of the headlines that came out of the NATO summit, that President Trump is a daddy. Is that an image he conjures up for you?
The organization that I worked for the past 23 years is not a cartel led by, a chief whose ring you need to kiss. I think that says it all.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Stephanie Babst, former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much for this very good conversation. I appreciate that. All the best to you.
Thank you. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Taylor, who is a former US ambassador to Ukraine. Ambassador, you were also US chargé d'affaires to Ukraine under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I expect you saw that on the sidelines of the NATO summit at The Hague, President Trump had about an hour-long sit-down with President Zelensky. That happened behind closed doors, and it was their first face-to-face meeting since they met at St. Peter's Basilica in April. President Trump said it couldn't have been nicer, and it's been described as a good meeting. I mean, that all sounds pretty positive, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It does indeed. As you say, the Vatican meeting was very positive. There was an earlier meeting in the Oval Office that wasn't very positive. So the last two have been good. And I think it is important for President Trump to hear directly from President Zelensky how he's doing in the war. One of the things that President Trump did say was he's now convinced, if he was ever in doubt, that President Zelensky really does want this war to stop. He doesn't want to, he's not going to surrender, he's not going to capitulate. But President Trump heard President Zelensky loud and clear that he wants this war to stop.
Yeah, there was that very heartwarming exchange between President Trump and that reporter whose husband happens to be a Ukrainian soldier. And just listening to that, I don't know if you saw it, but I mean, what really struck me was it sounds an awful lot like President Trump's approach to Ukraine has changed a bit from that famous meeting at the Oval Office.
I, too, was struck by that interaction. I'm not sure he knew. I'm not sure President Trump knew that this was a Ukrainian reporter. Maybe he did. But he clearly engaged once he heard her say that she was from Ukraine and her husband was in the military and she was living in Warsaw with her two kids while this war, and he engaged. I agree. This was an indication of a much more positive attitude towards Ukraine and Ukraine's people.
Yeah, I don't know what's brought about this change. President Trump was asked, of course, in that exchange with the reporter, whether the United States might entertain the idea of sending more US-made Patriot air defense missile systems. I mean, do you think that's likely to happen?
I do. I think that was also a topic in the conversation that President Zelensky had with President Trump earlier. This has been a constant refrain, constant request, constant identification of a big problem. It's the Russians bombarding with drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, Ukrainians, not just on the front line, not just soldiers, not just military targets, but civilian targets, cities. And so President Zelensky and all Ukrainians know that they depend on the United States for those very sophisticated Patriot weapons, Patriot missiles that can knock down those ballistic missiles. It's the only weapon that can. And Ukrainians know that. Ukrainians are now experts on all kinds, both the Russian military and the American, U.S. military. So this is a high priority for all Ukrainians.
I mean, in terms of the relationship between those two men, President Zelensky, President Trump, I mean, we've seen it go up and down, and we've talked about the highs and the lows. Apart from that sort of perception of the relationship, has Ukraine received markedly less support, would you say, and I'm talking about material support, under President Trump than it was getting under President Biden?
Not yet. Not yet. One of the things we can say is the new administration has not stopped the flow of weapons that have been, as you say, coming from the United States for 3 years. That flow continues. It has not been stopped. It was stopped briefly, as you recall, after that discussion in the Oval Office. But it's been steady. It hasn't increased, but hasn't yet decreased. However, it will run out. That pipeline will go dry in a matter of months. And so a real question is, how do the Ukrainians purchase or otherwise acquire American weapons? And I'm sure that was a topic of conversation as well.
What's your understanding of what the situation's like on the ground in Ukraine? Because in the summer months, obviously in the winter, not a lot happens because it's so cold and the battle is more or less frozen along the lines that it left off on in the autumn. But now we're sort of well into the summer. What's the latest you're hearing? What are your sources telling you about who's achieving what on the battlefield?
The Russians are achieving small gains, is what I hear. I hear this from my friends in the Ukrainian army. I hear from intelligence sources and the media. I mean, you've probably reported this as well, Tom. That is, the Russians are making small gains at enormous cost in terms of the number of Russian soldiers killed for those small gains. I mean, I'm sure you've been reporting on Pokrovsk, which the Russians have been trying to take. This is not a big city. This is a small city. It was a small city. It's now deserted. But the Russians have been trying to take Pokrovsk for a year with limited success. I mean, they're grinding in that direction. They still haven't taken it. So at great cost, enormous cost to the Russian military, they are making grinding progress. However, when you take a look at the overall picture, when you look at the map of Ukraine and you identify the part of Ukraine that is occupied by the Russians, it's about 19%, about 19.5% of all of Ukraine's territory is occupied by the Russians. And 2 years ago, it was the same, Tom. The Russians have not made big gains. They have not made certainly not any breakthroughs. The amount of territory occupied, it has been the same for 2 years, the last 2 years. And so, yes, this grinding movement of the Russian forces at enormous cost is taking place this summer. It's accelerated a little bit over the past in the spring and early summer. But the Ukrainians have been holding off. I keep track. The Ukrainians have been holding off the Russians for 1,219 days, and they continue to hold them off.
Yeah, I mean, it's an impressive number. Now, I think you're sounding as though you're likely to agree with what President Trump's been saying, because he has been expressing this belief that President Putin wants to end the war in Ukraine. I can quote President Trump as saying he'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. I mean, do you think that's right? President Putin is perhaps is he sending signals to Washington that he really wants this war to come to an end?
I doubt it. I don't know what Putin is saying to President Trump.
Where's President Trump getting this idea from?
President Trump wants to believe that Putin wants to get out of this war. And I imagine Putin has played on that in his conversations with Trump. But President Putin gives no indication, zero indication in any other forum, in any other way, that he wants to end this war. He wants to continue this war. He wants to continue to try to control Ukraine. As you know, as you've reported, Putin thinks that there is no such thing as Ukraine. He doesn't think Ukraine really exists, and he just wants to take it back into Russia. So irrespective of what Putin is telling Trump, Putin does not want to end this war. Zelensky does, Trump does, Putin does not.
Right, and that was a source of huge frustration for President Trump, because he campaigned on that pledge to bring about a swift conclusion to this war. It's not happening, and he must be, exasperated by that, isn't he?
I think he is. I think he's starting to show it, and I think he's starting to recognize where the problem is. The problem is Putin. He's starting to recognize that. He's expressing frustration just in the past day there in The Hague. He says, I'm going to have to call Putin. He says, Zelensky wants this war to end. I'm convinced of that. He's got a tough job, Zelensky. But it's Vladimir Putin that is holding this up. And Trump says he's going to call him again to try to get him to move to a ceasefire. He's tried before. Trump has tried before to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire. And Putin basically said no to Trump 3 months ago. So Trump is learning, is understanding, is realizing that Putin is the problem. And he's going to have to put some pressure on Putin to bring him to the table.
One thing that might help him, and we're talking about President Trump, get President Putin to the table. The latest stats out of Russia regarding the health of the Russian economy, not looking too good. I mean, what's remarkable, and this is really for the benefit of our viewers, I'm sure you know this, is that the Russian economy managed to grow some 4.5% last year. In the first quarter of this year, it's been more like 1.4%. So they've ridden out 3 years, and yet now things are starting to look a bit tighter. It does look like, there's a banking crisis. It looks like there's a debt crisis. Interest rates are around 20%. Could that have an effect on the Russian president's approach to this war, do you think? I mean, the tightening of the screws economically.
It absolutely could. It absolutely could. The only way the Russian economy is doing well is on the military side. Putin has channeled incredible resources from the civilian side of his economy, of the Russian economy, to the military side. So that growth is not from consumers. It's not from investment. It's from military production. It's from the Russians trying to maintain their war machine and paying soldiers incredible amounts of money to get them to volunteer and go to be killed in Ukraine. That's what's driving the Russian economy right now. The civilian side, as you've indicated, as those stats are now showing, is really suffering. And it does have an effect. It can have an effect. If President Trump puts pressure, economic pressure, on Putin to bring him to let Putin understand, to bring Putin to the conclusion that he can't win and that his economy is cratering on the civilian side, Trump can make that clear in terms of sanctions. Tom, you probably reported there's a bill in the United States Senate that's supported by 82 of the 100 senators. So this is broad bipartisan support to put really severe, harsh sanctions on Russian oil. Very severe, hard sanctions. So that's a strong support for Ukraine and strong recognition that Putin is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, just so that, as well, people don't think this is wishful thinking on the part of Western commentators, but at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum last week, the Russian economy minister, Maxim Reshetnikov, said, "We are on the verge of slipping into recession." So there seems to be this recognition in Russia that things aren't going well economically speaking. The Europeans are mulling fresh restrictions on Russian banks. If the US were to follow suit, I mean, that would be really a case of falling on a bruise for the Russian economy, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. It would indeed. The combination of European action on their latest sanctions proposal and the United States supporting that, again, with more sanctions as the Europeans are doing on the Russian banks that are still operating. They're still operating within the international system. There are banks that are not yet sanctioned that should be, and those should be. And then again, cracking down on the sale of Russian oil through this sanctions bill that is in the Senate or otherwise, right? Reducing the price cap from $60 to say $40 a barrel. That kind of squeeze, turning the screws, as you say, could really have an effect now more than in previous times.
Ambassador, turning our attention back to what happened at The Hague earlier on this week, we've had NATO member states, well, almost all of them, agreeing to spend collectively 5% of GDP on defense during the next decade. What message does that send Moscow, do you think?
Strong message. Strong message that Putin, who wanted to weaken NATO, he wanted to divide NATO, has had the opposite. He has achieved the opposite. He has unified NATO. He has strengthened NATO. He's expanded NATO with the Finns and the Swedes. And now the NATO allies are going to spend 5% of their GDP on defense, both on the hard side and on the soft side of defense. And that's making NATO stronger. That's a message to Putin that he needs to stop this war. He needs to come to the table, agree on a ceasefire, pull his troops back. His economy's in bad shape. NATO is stronger. He's isolated. He's got the Belarusians and the Chinese and North Koreans, but that's about it. So now's the time for Putin to come to the conclusion that he can't win and cut his losses.
Yeah, and of course, Russia spends quite a bit more on defence than that 5% figure. It's somewhere between the 6 and 7% of GDP mark, accounting for about 40% of total annual budget. I just want to pick up on what's happened in Iran this week. And obviously, President Trump played a key part in bringing that 12-day war to a swift conclusion. Does that play into this, do you think? Do you think President Trump has shown Russia that when he weighs in, he actually can bring a war to an end? I mean, I just wonder if you can see any connection or any momentum that might come out of the conclusion of the 12-day war and that being translated to some sort of a conclusion to this war in Ukraine.
I think so, Tom. I think so. Two things occur to me. One is, here's another ally, Iran, another ally of Russia, gone down, being defeated, pulled back. And the Iranians were probably hoping for some support from the Russians, and they got none. They got no support from the Russians. And the Iranians are going to have a hard time continuing to provide the weapons that they've been providing to the Russians. That's number one. But you're right about the other message. President Trump has shown that when you stonewall him, when you play him, as the Iranians did, trying to say that they were going to negotiate in order to stop their nuclear weapons program, they were stonewalling. They were playing along. Mr. Witkoff, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy to Iran, they weren't serious about this. And when President Trump realized that, when he recognized that the Iranians were not serious about a negotiated solution, he took action. And on the Russian side, the Russians are clearly playing him along. Putin is, as we talked about earlier, Tom, Putin is playing Trump. And Trump, as you say, is starting to recognize that, starting to realize that Putin is the problem. And like he did with the Iranians, Trump can turn on the Russians and he can turn on Putin. And if he puts the pressure on Putin by the economic measures that we just talked about, as well as providing the weapons that we just talked about, that could have a real effect.
Just to wrap up this conversation, Ambassador, I mean, Ukraine wasn't formally involved at that NATO summit at The Hague in the same way that Ukraine was involved at other NATO summits in the past. However, as we've said, there was this constructive dialogue, 50 minutes of conversation face-to-face between President Zelensky and President Trump. Just to sum up for us, how reassured do you think Ukraine will be feeling at the end of what's been an eventful week?
I think somewhat reassured. As you say, the conversation between the two presidents was good. The comments about the meeting from President Trump were positive. The comments about the meeting from President Zelensky were positive. So that's good. The possibility of Patriot missiles coming to help the Ukrainians defend themselves against Russian missiles, that's being on the table, being highlighted, getting a supportive statement from President Trump, that's good as well. The Secretary General of NATO went out of his way to say that Ukraine is still on an irreversible path to NATO membership. Yeah, that's not in the declaration, that's not in the communique, but the Secretary General made it very explicit that has not changed. That's a policy that NATO has had really since 2008, but more specific for last year, on a reversible path. And so I think the Ukrainians are reassured by those statements.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate your time. William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Meanwhile, in the United States, debate continues with regards to the impact of last weekend's strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Well, a leaked classified assessment suggests that the damage may have been less severe than was initially claimed, possibly only resulting in a setback of a few months to Iran's nuclear program. But that assessment contrasts with statements from senior US officials, with the CIA Director John Ratcliffe saying that the facilities would need to be rebuilt over the course of years. And the Pentagon chief, Pete Hegseth, has accused the media of misrepresenting the operation.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history. And it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary.
The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth there. Meanwhile, Iran's Supreme Leader has accused President Trump of exaggerating the impact of those US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. Here's what he said.
We thank God for helping our armed forces to be able to penetrate their advanced multi-layered defenses and to put many of their urban and military areas under pressure with our missiles, and to flatten them with a strong attack using our advanced weapons. They attacked our nuclear facilities, which is, of course, subject to independent prosecution in international courts, but they were not able to achieve anything significant.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Matt Spence, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Middle East policies under President Obama. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, sir. We've been following developments in Iran very closely here at Arabiya English all week. A highly unpredictable 12-day war, and events seem to come to a fairly hasty conclusion. Are you confident we're now going to see a lasting peace?
I think it's very early innings, and what we know now is not necessarily what's going to happen. I think what we need to understand are two big things. First, Iran has been seeking to build a nuclear program, have conventional weapons, have non-conventional weapons to attack the United States and others for quite some time. Those are not eliminated overnight, and we need to be very careful about what the damage assessment is. And then the second piece is Iran has spent an enormous amount of time making sure that their nuclear program is buried, very difficult to attack. It was a critical issue to make sure to take these out, but it is far too early for us to know exactly what has happened. The key question for us right now, Michael, is to understand how much damage was done, how lasting is that damage, and what else needs to be done to stop Iran from having a nuclear program.
You say that, and yet the Trump administration sounds extremely confident about how much damage has been done. I mean, President Trump said the Iranian nuclear program has been, quote, obliterated. We heard from Pete Hegseth a little earlier on saying that the media is simply trying to downplay what was achieved there. I mean, there's a bit of confusion there, isn't there?
I mean, look, I think the most important thing to understand is that all of us who are looking to have a stable Middle East and a stable situation wants to see Iran's nuclear program decimated, irreparably so, and for a large amount of time. Now, the other thing we often realize is in any fog of war, in any military operation, the first intelligence operations and the first intelligence set that we get back is often wrong. So I think what we need to do now is find the best intelligence in an apolitical way to make sure we understand exactly what happened. And we all want to make sure that Iran's program is decimated as much as we can. Right now, I think it's too early to tell.
In terms of what we're hearing from Tehran, we heard, some pretty defiant, pretty uncooperative language coming from the Supreme Leader who said the Islamic Republic emerged victorious and delivered a harsh slap to America's face. This he said in a pre-recorded message. He added that the US had gained no achievements from this war. I mean, that all sounds like a bit of a red flag to President Trump, doesn't it?
I think I take what the Supreme Leader says about a damage assessment, about his illegal nuclear program that he has created in violation of UN Security Council resolutions and violation with the IAEA and other international organizations have found, I take what the Supreme Leader has said really with a grain of salt. I think the key question to understand is first, why is Iran seeking to continue an illegal nuclear program that is denied publicly from having? And then second, what has actually been done to set that back? Right now, what we should be focused on is what has been done to set back this illegal nuclear program and what more needs to be done to make sure that Iran does not pose a threat to the United States and its allies in the region.
A week ago, there were people talking to us on this channel using the expression regime change quite frequently, in fact. Not hearing quite so much of it this week, but the Supreme Leader's been in hiding for quite a lot of the best part of a week. I'm wondering whether you think he comes out of hiding a more vulnerable leader than when he went into hiding.
I mean, if I was the Supreme Leader, I would certainly not move out of hiding. That sounds like an extraordinarily risky move and something that I would not encourage him to do. I think the bigger question right now is, what are the capabilities that have been degraded or limited, which would allow Iran to pose a threat to the United States and America's allies in the region? What I would like to say, it's been heavily decimated. What is incredibly important to remember is that we keep very focused on our military goals. Iran is a military and nuclear threat in the region. What we are seeking to do is eliminate their ability to use nuclear weapons or develop nuclear weapons to threaten the region and to use other forms of military means. That's what we need to be laser focused on right now, stopping Iran's illegal attempts to gain prominence and a nuclear power in the region.
Again, just looking at Israel's attitude to all of this, a 12-day war, a number of successes on the battlefield, I think it's fair to say, multiple intelligence coups that they've had really for the last 12 months. Do you think they wanted to stop the fight on Monday when President Trump imposed the ceasefire, or do you think they thought there was still a lot more to be done?
My experience, based on talking to a number of military leaders from Israel well over a decade, is they wanted to go forward. That Israel wanted to use whatever military capabilities they had to take as much that they could right now. If it were ordered to stop, they would listen because they face an enormous amount of pressure from the United States and other pieces. But I'm imagining the United States wanted to do, I wanted to imagine that Israel did whatever they could do to degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities and conventional military capabilities right now. I think the next few days will be critical to understand how much has been degraded, and if there are capabilities left, what will the United States do? And what will Israel do? This is a very open question right now.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time, Matt Spence. A pleasure talking to you.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed my time with you.
Well, as always, on a Thursday, we take a look back on the week in US politics, and a lot has been dominated in the headlines by the US airstrikes on Iran and then the subsequent ceasefire. And of course, we've been talking in this program about the NATO conference as well, at which the US president was present. So lots to talk about with our guest today, who is Amanda Mackey, a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Florida. Amanda, great to have you with us. Let's start by talking about Iran. I mean, what a lot has changed since we spoke a week ago. I mean, are you astonished, I'm sure you are, at the pace of change, the pace of developments with regards to Iran?
I am and I'm not, because I think that President Trump really wanted to move very quickly and swiftly. I also think Israel had a lot to do with it. It was very influential in getting the United States to do this jointly. And so I think things moved at a very rapid pace, though we were all a little bit surprised. I think this might have been planned for a very long time, maybe since the president even took office, they have been planning for this.
Right. So we had since we spoke a week ago, we had the US strike at the weekend on those nuclear facilities in Iran, 3 separate facilities. We had the Iranian response on Monday, which was to attack a US military base in Qatar. And then we had pretty quickly thereafter the declaration of a ceasefire brokered by President Trump. I mean, all very quick. A lot of the debate in the US still seems to be about just how damaging those strikes were on the Iranian nuclear facilities. I mean, what's your take on all of this?
Well, they keep going back and forth. And this morning, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, held a very stern press conference and called out even the likes of Fox News that typically most Americans would say leans on the side of conservative, and called them out on really not reflecting the news properly and not reporting the news properly, and also saying that you guys want to see the president fail and that's why you report it. And so it was a very heated exchange. And I think that's because CNN kind of started this, and then they just kept talking about how, well, it really wasn't hit. And if you see on social media, a lot of the liberal comments are more focused on this didn't really do anything and the setback was very minimal. I think now you're seeing all the heads of the agencies that are relevant here, Department of Defense, intelligence and security, all come out and say, no, this was a strike. It was a real strike, and it did affect them in a very big way, in a very major way. And so while we can't anticipate how many months they have or how many years they have that they can come back and re-enrich, I think the bottom line is that we got Iran to be on its knees, and Iran is in a place where it cannot continue to at least attack or be in a place where it can't come to the table to negotiate as the United States and President Trump wanted it to.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of our viewers who might not have seen our conversation last week, but, you are of Iranian heritage yourself, so I'm assuming you've been watching this very, very closely, these developments. And what struck me the last day or two is really Iran sounding defiant. And we heard the supreme leader saying that a harsh slap has been delivered to America's face. I mean, I don't know what you read into that. He's not sounding at all cooperative with Washington. Is he looking vulnerable, would you say?
Well, this is a regime that, manipulates their people. This is a dictatorial regime that brainwashes its people, and all of their media is state-sponsored. So if he says that, you echo it, other anchors echo it, but in Iran, they will yell this from the top of the hills, and it will be on every broadcast because it is all state-sponsored news. And so, of course, he has to say that. What is he going to say? We failed, we lost? That's in essence what happened, but they'll never admit that. And that's why you saw on Monday when they did attack the American base, they let the United States know, just like they did when Qasem Soleimani in 2020 was assassinated. Same thing, their retaliation, they made it known. Iran made it known. So Iran is not in a position where it is at the level of the United States that it could go toe-to-toe with the United States. But it has to, kind of like the small dog's bark is worse than its bite. And that's really what you're seeing right now is the Ayatollah. We haven't heard from him in days. We heard from him, recently as of today. But he's been communicating through someone that's trusted. He doesn't have any kind of electronic messaging availability. So he basically is scared. He's on his knees, and he's doing the best that he can to continue to show the Iranian people that he still has power, but everyone knows that he is growing impotent by the day.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, just before we move on to talking about the NATO summit, just to wrap up on Iran and drawing on your expertise on Iran and what your contacts and your connections are telling you. But some analysts were saying, as you've been saying, that the Supreme Leader has somehow been in hiding these last few days. He's been very quiet. No one's seen or heard very much of him until today he gave that recorded address. Some analysts saying he's going to emerge from hiding and find a very different Iran from the Iran he knew when he went into hiding. What do you think they mean by that?
I think that the Iranian people feel a lot more powerful now. They feel like they have the backing of the United States, even though it may only be symbolic. That they went against the regime. The United States went against the regime. They actually did something, because no president before President Trump was willing to engage in any meaningful way on behalf of the Iranian people. President Obama may have had the best opportunity back in 2010 during the Green Uprising. He never did anything. So the Iranian people have largely been left to do it on their own. And we all know how the Iranian people are treated if they try to revolt against this administration, against this regime. They will be thrown to Evin prison, one of the worst, most notoriously heinous prisons in the world. They will have, repercussions that can be fatal, as we saw with Mahsa Amini, who dared to take her veil off, her hijab off, and look what happened to her: brain damage, and she ultimately died. So this is a regime that the Iranian people are afraid of, but now they feel more powerful now that the United States and Israel are involved.
OK, Amanda, let's move on. President Trump is back from a fairly quick trip to Europe. Some saying a very productive trip to Europe. He attended the NATO summit. Others a little bit more skeptical, saying it was good on comms, maybe not so good on substance as a summit. Don't know what you make of that. But one of the words that's come out of this, one of the unlikely words to come out of a headline relating to a NATO summit, is the word daddy, a word that was used by the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte to describe the US President Donald Trump. And it seems like he likes this word, because the White House X feed has today said daddy's home. What do you think people there in America think of this idea of President Trump being daddy all of a sudden?
Well, I don't think that is actually the true meaning of it. It was taken out of context. What Mark Rutte was trying to say is that, these two countries have been at it for 4 decades, just as President Trump said when he left at the White House lawn. And basically what he was trying to convey was that, you kind of have to be the mediator here. I think there was a lot lost in translation. Because the American way of defining that sounds very different in our slang terms here. So I think it was meant to be different. I think the president, the White House, and the social media folks are just trying to now just put some light on it, shed some light on what was said in a maybe comical way. But the bottom line is that President Trump was intervening between these two countries, and he was very upset when he left for the summit. He was very upset on the White House lawn that day, even using an expletive, which I'd never heard him say before, especially in this type of context. So he was very frustrated, both with Israel and with Iran, but as he said, more with Israel for what happened. He just wants a ceasefire. That's what he's trying to achieve. And he wants these two countries to stop fighting, like you want two children to stop fighting.
Right, yeah. So Mark Rutte was talking about this schoolyard brawl that he likened it to, the tensions between Iran and Israel, and President Trump weighing in and sort of, knocking some sense into the two sides and bringing about a resolution. But I mean, clearly they're enjoying it at the White House, saying daddy's home. I mean, that's not me misquoting the president or the language being used around him. That's the White House's X feed. But very unusual, very surprising. President Trump clearly, as you say, left for Europe in a filthy mood. I mean, he looked really and sounded, as you said, extremely annoyed as he set off. And he came back extremely different, almost a different person. I mean, that's unusual, isn't it, coming back from a NATO summit for President Trump?
Well, I think he won. I mean, it was very, very obvious to me and to everyone else watching that, the NATO countries were not going to do what President Trump wanted, which he had been requesting and talking about since he was president last time, 2017, when he was talking about this very same thing, saying, you guys have to pay your fair share. We can't be the whipping boy for the rest of the world. We can't be the ones that have to keep paying at such a larger share than you guys. And so the defense spending went up to 5%. And that was for a vast majority of the countries. And that's why I think President Trump was happy, looked at this as a success and as a win. And certainly the UN general had a lot to say about that, too. in praising President Trump. So I think he looked at it as a victorious lap, if you will, that he was able to take, and something that he really hadn't experienced before with the UN, where they'd been very anti-President Trump. And I think now, with everything that President Trump's done, and even what happened last Saturday in Iran, I think people are a little bit more fearful of this president of the United States and not wanting to be in the crosshairs of him and this country and what the possibilities are. So they're coming to the table. They're stepping up as he wanted back in 2017.
Right. So just to wrap up, I mean, you're painting the picture that President Trump has really had these twin vindications. He got what he wanted, and he was right about asking for NATO member states to step up their expenditure, something he first asked them to do in 2017. He's now got their commitment. And the other vindication is that strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, which was politically risky. There were people in the Republican Party who told him not to, but he went ahead and did it. And basically, it sounds to me as though you think he's come out of this stronger.
Absolutely, I do. And if you look at the polling in the United States of where Republicans, Democrats, and independents are, you'll see that over 60% of Americans of all political stripes want to see more involvement with the U.S. In Iran, and in particular, maybe not boots on the ground, but to make sure they don't have weapons capabilities and they are not nuclearizing their program. So that is something that Americans, by and large, want to see. And I think he will receive high marks when more polling is done on not only the effort, but the outcome. And so when you see this spin of the media, the liberal media, going after him and saying, he didn't really do anything, not only is it an affront to the president, which of course the president expects, but it's an affront to the service members who engaged in this and were successful in this. And coming back instead a hero, you have CNN and the like saying, they didn't really do anything, when in fact they did. I think President Trump's going to receive a lot of high marks, not only for NATO, but also, as you said, for what happened in Iran last Saturday.
And what about
their nuclear program?
Just lastly, what about the people who told him not to intervene in Iran, the Marjorie Taylor Greens? Have they conversely come out of this looking a little bit weaker, perhaps?
I don't think so. I think their big focus is no more of our men and women, no more of our boots on the ground. And right now, that's not at all even being discussed. A lot of people are talking about regime change, and they'll ask me, well, what do you think is going to happen? I don't believe that the United States or members of Congress on the Republican side have any interest in engaging in regime change. Now, Israel might, but I don't know that the United States has any interest in that right now. That could change 3 to 6 months from now, but that's not where we're at. So a targeted strike, as what happened on Saturday, in and out with no casualties on our side, I think that's what GOP members will support. They just don't want to see our men and women have to suffer for a war that's not our war to fight.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist, thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on today's edition of GNT. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the highlights of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mexico City. It's got cultural attractions and a gastronomy scene you won't be able to resist. Aside from the sights to see and things to do, Mexico is hailed for many other achievements. In the city, crime is down and the air is clean. Plus, the capital city has already gone through many achievements. Its commute system is very efficient and accessible too. It's got a green movement that balances out the modernity of the metropolis. Biking is very much welcome here, that on weekends, some roads are closed to make way for cyclists. Inviting, with pep and vigor and buzzing with energy, Mexico City is definitely one to get to know. Mexico City's historic center includes Coyoacan, which is the original settlement for the conquistadores. Today, it has become an enclave of artists and writers such as Frida and Diego, and it exudes colonial charm. A worthy place to visit is Zocalo, which is the center of the city. It is a vast plaza flanked by the Cathedral of Mexico City, the National Palace, and the Colonial Arcade. Zocalo is in fact one of the world's largest city squares. Also nearby are a cluster of vendors. Among their products are shawls, knitted sweaters, pottery, beaded jewelry, and intricately carved figures in stone, obsidian, and all manners of trinkets. Calle Madero is a pedestrian destination that connects the Zocalo with other iconic places. You'll find the Banco Nacional de Mexico nearby. Within the greenery of Bosque de Chapultepec, Mexico's Central Park is the Castillo de Chapultepec. It is called the Castillo de Chapultepec and is one of the city's gems. It is known for its gilded rooms, sweeping marble staircases, sprawling terraces, and Versailles-like carriages. One of the world's great museums is the National Museum of Anthropology. It features one of the most important collections of hard-to-find pre-Hispanic artifacts. Other noteworthy places include the Frida Kahlo Museum. Then, there's also the Diego Rivera Studio, where you'll see brushes, jars of pigments, and skeletons of demonic figures there. Mexico City is also a place to eat. Must-tries include enchiladas, short ribs or turkey, tostadas, carnitas de pescado, and other seafood creations. The city is a good place to enjoy the scene, the people, and culture as you dine. There is simply a bevy of culinary feats in Mexico City. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard they don't know what the F they are doing. That was the analysis of an angry Donald Trump, angry enough to use the F word as he reprimanded both Iran and Israel for firing missiles at each other after a ceasefire had been agreed. The US president reserved most of his recent ire for Israel, who responded that they had pretty much done what they set out to do, while Iran declared the ceasefire a great victory for their side. But as the shaky truce holds for the moment, the question is, what comes next? President Trump now says he does not seek regime change in Iran because he does not want to see what he calls chaos. So this leaves the question of what's next for Iran's leadership when it comes to nuclear ambitions, and what rules would they be willing to abide by, while Israel still sees Iran under the Ayatollah's leadership as an existential threat. Well, across the world, the media is vigorously debating what turned out to be the biggest military confrontation between the two foes. It has, for now, taken the spotlight off Israel's extended military campaign in Gaza, where civilians continued to die while trying to reach food aid and supplies. But many are still questioning what the recent hard line Israel has taken against its foes has done to its image. One relatively young activist based in the USA is keeping up the pressure to support Israel while calling for the fall of the Iranian leadership. British-born Elika Lebon, who describes herself as non-Jewish, pro-Israel and against Iran's religious regime, has garnered quite a large social media following as she actively speaks up on recent issues. As I caught up with her, Elika gave me some perspective on why she feels so strongly about her causes. Elika Lebon, thank you for joining the show. Now, I've got to start by asking, when you call yourself a daughter of Iran, what exactly do you mean by that?
I think just this is a term that's used by a lot of Iranians, especially Iranian dissidents, like Tumaj, the rapper, for example, who was sentenced to death for rapping, calls himself the son of Iran or his son of Iran. So it's kind of the idea that we're all children of Iran, the sons and daughters of Iran, and it's sort of our duty and responsibility to protect her.
Have you ever spent any time in Iran?
I went a few times. I went when I was a child, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and then maybe again when I was around 10, 11, 12. I went only once in adulthood. That was about maybe 10 years ago or so. And I really didn't want to go. But my mum really wanted me to go, and she sort of booked a ticket against my will. So it was a little bit of a contentious situation between us. And I just told her it was going to be, I mean, you know, this was before I had started speaking up, so I wasn't worried about my safety or anything, but it was a very sensitive issue for me because I didn't want to go to Iran and see it in the condition that it is under the mullahs. I knew that I would be very emotional. I knew I would be very traumatized and upset about it, which I was. And that was the last time that I went.
Now, I know from many of the interviews you've done and the articles about you that your family suffered quite a lot at the hands of the current Iranian regime, and your mother was even in prison for a while. And I know that much of your knowledge of the country comes from the stories they tell you, particularly your mother. Now, what chance is there that your view of the country and your angle on it is shaped by that rhetoric, and that perhaps because of that, there's not a lot of room to see it in any other way?
I mean, I think, at the end of the day, this is a story that has affected millions and millions and millions of Iranians. This is not an isolated incident. This is a situation that any Iranian that you meet nowadays, you're going to find that they have either immediate or extended family that have either been executed or tortured by the Islamic regime. And so I think this idea that, this is sort of an isolated experience, or, several traumatized Iranians are just allowing this to sort of shape their perspective, it's not really gaining a sense of the bigger picture, which is that Iran in itself is sort of an anomaly where you have masses, the majority of the population that are against the regime precisely because they've all had this personal experience. And so, yeah, in one way you could say, well, maybe you're just a person whose family have had such an experience, and that's why you see it this way. Sure. But you're also going to have to apply that to about 80% of Iranians. And that's why that does actually form the general perspective of the Iranian people.
Now, many of the introductions to interviews you do and articles about you describe you as a non-Jewish pro-Israeli activist. Why not an anti-Iranian regime activist?
Yeah, I mean, that's how they choose to label me. I don't know. I can't control how they label me. But I think, I think my interest in Israel is linked to the similarities that I've seen between what happened to Iran and what's happening to Israel now. Obviously in 1979, the mullahs came to Iran by way of a revolution, which is, sometimes referred to more accurately as a coup. And that revolution brought in the proxies of the regime, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. So what I see happening in Israel now, where you have these sort of Islamist insurgent groups that are attacking Israel and at the same time claiming to be the victims, claiming to be acting in resistance, for example, that is something that is very similar to what we were seeing in Iran before 1979. Before 1979, you were seeing this crackdown of insurgent communists and Islamists. And these weren't people that just had a different opinion. These were people that were bombing Iran. These were people that were attempting assassinations. And, if you look at the way the Iranian regime pre-1979 was cracking down on these insurgents, it was not even close to the extent that other countries were cracking down on communism. We have to remember this was during the Cold War. But Khomeini's propaganda turned that into, the Shah being this brutal dictator that's killing everybody. The story was reversed. It made the Islamists the victim in the story. And so when I see that same story happening to Israel, this to me is just the same propaganda that only leads to a second and third and fourth and fifth Islamic Republic. And indeed, Nasrallah himself said out of his own mouth that the objective was to turn Lebanon into a second Islamic Republic. So when I can see that there's a clear thread here, and the clear thread is spreading the Islamic Republic's influence and ideologies across the Middle East, of course I'm going to be opposed to it. Whether that means standing with Israelis or Lebanese or Gazans or Yemenis, it doesn't matter. It just means that we have to be united against the same threat.
Is it possible to be pro-Israeli without being anti-Iranian regime, or are the two just too closely tied together?
I don't think that there are many people who are pro-Israel. Yes, no, that most people are pro-Israel and anti the Islamic Republic. I think the question is, there is a sort of coalition of people that are anti-Islamic Republic, but also anti-Israel. Is that the line? Okay, yeah. So there are certain people that say, this regime is bad and the regime in Israel is bad. And, all of these players and actors are bad. And so we shouldn't side with any one against the other. And that's fair. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I think personally, because this is a fight against a common enemy, I don't think that it's meaningful to not take a stance against the proxies of the regime while claiming to be against the regime itself. I don't really fully understand how that works. If you are against the regime that's committing domestic and regional terrorism, how can you be neutral or apathetic to what its proxies are doing in the region. Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily give Israel carte blanche to do whatever it wants and says, well, we're all fighting a common enemy, so they can, go as far as they want. Obviously, there are red lines. Obviously, there are ethics to consider. But I think in general, the question is, what is being fought here? And if it is the Islamic Republic and its proxies, I feel like there's a clear ideological through thread in being consistent with support in that case.
Now, there are those who believe that Iran is not the existential threat that Israel portrays it to be to its existence, and that this is simply an excuse, a reason to be able to target it and to attack it. How do you respond to that perspective?
I think, look, at the end of the day, we could get into conversations about, what is the line of uranium enrichment and, the fact that it's up to 60% and now it only takes, you're 90% of the way there, could be weeks or days before you make a bomb, etc. I think all of that conversation, getting into the weeds, getting into the details, is less relevant than the words that come out of their mouth on a daily basis. If you are going to take to the mic and say every single day, death to America, death to Israel, what is it that you expect people to believe? How is it that you expect people to interpret your words? You're very clearly saying, and have been saying for 46 years, our mission is to destroy Israel, and then you go out and you chant death to Israel and death to America. In Iran, the school children are forced to stand in line and shout death to America and death to Israel before starting classes every day. So how is it that you expect the world to take that? When the world then takes that and says, hey, you know what? I think what you mean is death to America and death to Israel. Don't be surprised when they take action.
But then maybe if Israel was to come up with some sort of peace, lasting peace with Palestinians, that it would take the wind out of the Iranian sails. They would not have a reason to be able to target Israel and America, its biggest ally. So when people put that argument forward, how do you respond?
Well, in that case, in my opinion, I think Israel's actions against Iran are only because they're defending the people under the occupation of the Islamic Republic. So does that sound like a good story? Does that sound like an honest narrative? Does anybody in the world believe that Israel's actions are to defend the Iranian people from this terrorist regime? Of course not. It's absolutely asinine to make such a claim. And I can tell you how it's asinine, because if the Islamic Republic cared about oppression, then why is it oppressing with such brutality, with the state machinery of violence, the Iranian people? And not only that, but in fact, there have been Arab separatist movements inside of Iran that aim to do the same thing, to separate, to balkanize Iran and create a separate Arab state. The Islamic Republic kills people, kills Arab Iranians for doing that. So how can you claim to be standing with Arabs in a different land who are trying to do the same thing? It's such clear propaganda. It is such obvious propaganda to claim to be standing against oppression and fighting on behalf of the oppressed while actively oppressing. So I just think it's such an absurd line of propaganda that it's not even close to believable.
Now, it's something I've not really had a chance to ask anyone recently, but I want to put it to you and get your perspective. What do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon?
I don't think that, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I was never worried about the fact that they would actually use a nuclear weapon. What I was worried about, and what the clear threat to the world in my perspective was that they would become a deterrent state. Once they became a deterrent state, similar to the during the Cold War, right? The arms race. It was always about, well, I mean, who knows what the Soviet Union would have done. But the whole point was that once you become a deterrent state, you cannot be deterred, right? You want to sanction them. You want to, isolate them. You want to do whatever you feel is necessary, whatever the international community feels is necessary to obstruct their proliferation in the region. How are you going to do that when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to sanction them when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to rein in their bad behaviors when they've become a deterrent state? And they can just say to you, what are you going to do? We have nukes. And so my fear this whole time was not that they were necessarily ever planning to use nuclear weapons. It was the fact that they couldn't be deterred once they had nuclear weapons, and it would of course inspire other actors in the region to have to protect themselves by matching their nuclear capabilities.
I wonder what made you such a vocal activist to speak up in the first place, Elika?
You know, when I started speaking up, this was in 2022 after the Women Like Freedom revolution kicked off in Iran, after Mahsa Amini, a young Kurdish Iranian woman, was killed for showing her hair. And at that time, you know, for me, it was just human rights activism. That was something that I'd always been interested in. I think what has happened over time during these past 3 years is that I've had this really intense sort of learning curve of where I've understood a lot more about how much of the way we see the world is shaped by these narratives. And these narratives are often deeply, deeply ingrained in propaganda. And so just learning the way that the world views the world, the world views the world. Yes, people view the world, especially now where you have so many people in the West that are coming out and supporting the Islamic Republic, seeing the way these downstream effects of propaganda on our collective psyche, that's made me very interested, not just in the fight for freedom in Iran, but also just the fight for truth. So I think there's just this dual motivation that pushes me to speak up.
How do you regard the way the mainstream media, at least the Western media, covers the story of Iran and the Middle East? Is it authentic and accurate in your opinion?
No. During the Women Like Freedom protests in Iran, we really struggled. The Iranian diaspora really struggled to have the media sort of bring light to what was happening in Iran. We would email the New York Times over and over again, CNN, asking them to broadcast these protests that were happening in Iran. They wouldn't do it. Even when the youth of Iran were being executed, shot at 15, 16 years old, they wouldn't report on it. And now, I'm sure as you can see, they are consistently reporting about this very tiny percentage of fanatical pro-IRGC Iranians taking to the street to, support the regime and protest the strikes. So there's clearly an angle, there's clearly an agenda. And I think what this goes back to, and what I so often talk about, is the disinformation campaigns of the Soviet Union. That period of time that was so intensely focused on disseminating this anti-Western propaganda to the West and to the Middle East. And the whole idea was that the United States and Israel and the Western world was the source of all evil in the world. And so you saw these alliances between Western media and the Soviet Union initially. These, for example, Western media was often reporting that there was no famine in the Soviet Union. The Western media was often portraying a very pro-Stalinist perspective. And so what we saw over time was that transition from pro sort of Marxist, Stalinist, Maoist to pro-jihadist, when that alliance between the left and the Marxists and the Islamists was formed also through the Soviet Union. And so what we're seeing with Western media is a continuation of this alliance, essentially with everybody and anybody who is against the West, even if that means authoritarians, even if that means extremist jihadist Islamists. Anything that's against the West seems to be what they support. And it's completely painting a distorted image of what is happening in Iran and in the Middle East.
I wonder, Elika, why it's portrayed as the West against Iran so much, like it's a Western axis against the Iranians. Where's the rest of the world? Where is China, Russia, Asia in general? Why is it always this kind of the West versus Iran?
I mean, the ideologies of the Islamic Republic specifically target the West. It is their motto, it is their mantra that says death to the US, death to Israel, which Israel, is symbolic of the West, they would say. And so because their entire ideology is built around opposing the West, what they call anti-imperialism, anti-Western imperialism, it's sort of, generated by their ideologies themselves. So I can't see why any other parts of the world would take what they do personally when they seem to be going directly after the West.
Well, of course, if it's always portrayed as the West against Iran, it's always going to be that animosity, a constant downward spiral.
Mm-hmm.
So then I guess if there could be some kind of rapport, that West against Iran cycle could be broken.
No, I don't think so, because you have to look at what is at the core of each side's ideology and motivation. You're talking about in the West, you're talking about liberal democracies. What they support is, liberal democracies are not perfect by any means, not perfect, but they are systems that work for human beings, essentially. Then what you have on the other side with the Islamic Republic is not an ideology that is about improving the life of its people. It's not about improving anything, and it's not about working in service of anyone. It is about the proliferation and expansion of their ideologies, which are about domination and power and control. So if that is at the core of their ideology, if the core of their ideology is that we must dominate, how can it find peace with the thing that it's competing with, right? Whereas from the Western perspective, the Western perspective can find peace. It can find peace with Iran, with this government or another government, because there's nothing opposing them from establishing peace. So the question about whether these two sides can have peace with each other, one side can have peace, but the other side doesn't want peace because the existence of that thing is antithetical to everything that they're motivated by.
We, of course, live in a very divided world, and you're out there in the media and online. How do you find you're regarded as a very pro-Israel activist in terms of both supporters and detractors?
You said it right. This is a very, very polarized world. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those situations where, in general, people don't tend to lean towards nuance and balance and these kind of things. Most people tend to think in quite black and white terms. And so what I found is that people just put me in a camp and discard me if they don't agree with one thing that I said. And so the general response is, for example, when I came out after October 7th and I condemned Hamas's actions, I was immediately branded as, Zionist. I was doxxed online. I was harassed, so many videos. She's a Zionist. She's this, she's that. And it's really, truly, it was very shocking. It was very shocking because what I had said about October 7th was that it was a massacre. It was an act of terrorism. And this is so quick to label you. Some of them don't even know what these words mean that they're using. But the whole idea, the way that the world has been divided is that even if you're standing for humanity, whether it's Jews or Palestinians or Iranians under this regime, because the world is so polarized, you can only be one thing or the other. They decide that you are this thing and you're completely irredeemable. So there aren't, many people on... I think people see it very black and white, unfortunately.
Do you get affected by comments? Do you get affected by what people say about you, whether positive or negative?
I don't get affected by people's opinions because, first of all, everybody has a right to an opinion. Second of all, most people's opinions are just projections, to be honest. It says more about them than it says about you. I think what I find problematic is smears. When people create smears and rumors and say things like, she's a Mossad spy, she's an IRGC spy. These are actually very dangerous. And I think it sort of taps into that thing that is such an affront to me, which is untruth, right? It's not true. And so in terms of people's opinions, it doesn't bother me at all. I just block them or whatever. But in terms of distortions and smears, I think there's just unethical behavior. And that, I don't like that.
You get threats as well?
Yeah.
And you can handle those?
It would be weird if I wasn't getting threats, It's sort of occupational hazard. So, it's not fun, it's not easy, but, the whole point of if what we are fighting for is the values of liberal democracies, meaning free speech, we have to practice the values that we want to maintain and not be inhibited by threats that really would gut the values of liberal democracies, gut free speech. So I'm very mindful of that.
Now, I've read that being out there and being very vocal in your opinions, that you've been the target of Iranian cyber attacks and cyber manipulation to disparage your character. What sort of stuff has been out there?
Yeah, I mean, it happens so many times where, you go on to X or Twitter and you just see a whole bunch of accounts that are, 0 followers, 0 following, and they've all sort of copy and pasted the same message with some type of smear or I don't know. And then other times, I've received direct threats via email, for example, saying, watch what you eat, or, we know where you live, watch yourself when you're walking around in the streets. I've reported the threats, and that's as much as I can do.
It's interesting you said a short while ago about terminology, how people, call you Zionist and so on. There's been some discussion, at least in the public fora, about how anti-Semitism has become a word that is kind of used all the time, and it often is confused with the whole idea of Zionism. And there are a few kind of academics, including people like Professor Norman Finkelstein, who say things like anti-Semitism has become a weaponized word, and it's used, as a way to kind of, as an excuse often for many things. How do you regard that view?
Well, I think, first of all, Norman Finkelstein is a person who said that the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. So I wouldn't take what he says very seriously. Of course, words like that they have a tendency to be exploited or maybe overused. I think the question is, we all know that the situation with Israel and Palestine is very sensitive, it's very delicate. And I really do understand many of the perspectives involved to various different degrees. But when people talk about anti-Zionism, for example, and they talk about the fact that Israel doesn't have the right to exist, just as at the most basic level, the basic premise being that Israel does not have the right to exist, but they do believe that, other countries have the right to exist, Muslim countries have the right to exist, countries that were founded on colonialism and imperialism have the right to exist. You sort of whittle it down to the common denominator, and it's like, okay, so you only think that the Jewish state doesn't have the right to exist. So yes, there's often this conversation about we shouldn't conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, but there's also a question about what is the motivation behind anti-Zionism in the first place. It's this belief that the Jewish state should not exist, but not at the same time believing that other states should not exist. And I think what that shows us is a double standard. And it's the double standard where one could make a plausible, legitimate claim of anti-Semitism. If the same people that were anti-Zionists also said such and such a state shouldn't exist, well, I don't know about Syria and Lebanon because that was also created around the same. I'm not sure about Pakistan because of such and such. Then we could say, okay, this is not about anti-Semitism. But when the root of anti-Zionism seems to be in a double standard, I can see why that is a plausible claim.
I was wondering, bringing things up to date with what's been going on, how have you been covering and speaking out on the recent conflict between Iran and Israel, where the missiles being fired? I mean, it reached probably the biggest level of confrontation so far, and then of course with the US jumping in as well. What were your views on that, and how have you covered that as an activist?
So it just goes back to saying that these situations, it's very difficult to speak about them in black and white terms. It's obviously war. It's not something that anybody is thrilled about or excited about. There have been innocent civilian deaths. What Iranians have really struggled with over the past several decades, as I'm sure you've been following along, there's been several of these uprisings in Iran trying to overthrow the regime, but their efforts have been hindered or obscured because of the West's constant sort of insistence on these foreign policy, diplomacy, nuclear deals with the regime, where, of course, they are in turn receiving hundreds of billions of dollars in unfrozen assets. which of course fortifies this machinery that's doing the crackdowns on the Iranian protesters and of course regional instability, but it presents a hindrance to Iranians being able to overthrow the regime. And so for a few years, I mean, decades really, we've been seeing the Iranian people trying to overthrow the regime, but these constant deals with the US is making it much more difficult. And so I think where we arrive at this situation where there are targeted strikes on the IRGC, even though Iranians are in a state of war, which is obviously terrifying and not anything anybody is excited about, there is this sort of double-edged sword where there's a hint of optimism that maybe these strikes would weaken the regime in such a way that their efforts when they go back out into the streets to try and topple the regime are much more likely to be successful because of that weakening. So that's sort of the way that I've been covering it. It's a situation where we aren't saying that people are jumping for joy that war has come to their homeland, but at the same time, on the other end of this darkness, there is a tiny strain of optimism that perhaps this could help them in their grassroots efforts to overthrow the regime.
There is a perspective also, though, that when Iran is targeted, that even those who are perhaps anti-regime to some degree tend to rally behind the country. There's a certain amount of patriotism and a feeling that, look, why are we being targeted? And it kind of might bolster the position of the regime.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've read that line a lot. This is kind of the dangers that people talk about when they talk about war, is that the regime actually will very much be able to exploit this idea of nationalism. We're being attacked. So whenever we're being attacked from the outside, we have to band together. And I have really had the same concerns. And I think the answer to that is that this cannot be a long war. This cannot be a war of attrition. This cannot be an ongoing thing, because it will absolutely, likely to take that turn if it were. So I think in addressing that, the best case scenario is that these strikes are short-term, targeted, and do as much damage as possible on the regime's facilities. And at the same time, it doesn't go on long enough to bolster this false sense of nationalism that the regime would likely exploit.
There are those who believe that the strikes didn't really have any major impact on Iran's capabilities or goals.
I mean, that's the first time that I'm hearing of that. I don't know how it could not have affected their capabilities or goals, to be honest. They took out the scientists. What are they going to do without their scientists?
Interesting. Yeah, we'll certainly know more as more information comes out. That was just one of the analysis angles that I heard. How do you regard the very visible involvement of the US? Was it a good thing or a bad thing?
The US's involvement was only ever going to be about the US's interest. It had nothing to do with helping Israel. It had nothing to do with freeing the Iranian people. I don't think any Iranians believed that, this was going to be a regime change war, even though that was a lot of what the discourse was, people were talking about online on Twitter and things like that. I think it was very clear that the US was going to do only what it said that it was intending to do, which is to strike those nuclear facilities. And that's exactly what they did. I think the perspective of Iranians in terms of the US involvement was, even though this is not a war to liberate the Iranian people, I wonder if there is an incidental liberation to come out of this. I wonder if the US's involvement alongside the Israeli strikes would incidentally lead to this liberation through weakness. So in my perspective, I don't think that the US's strikes on Fordo, on those nuclear facilities, is really going to be that much of a significant difference in terms of the regime's overall strength, because you're just talking about the nuclear threat to the rest of the world, which really has nothing to do with the threat that the regime posed internally, domestically. So in my opinion, the US's involvement with the bunker busters isn't significant in terms of what will transpire now domestically in Iran.
What was your thought when Donald Trump, obviously angry with both sides for not observing the ceasefire that they seem to have agreed to, his anger seemed to be more at Israel, and he's even using the F word to describe what's going on. What went through your mind when you heard Donald Trump's reaction and actually pointing fingers more at Israel?
I think, Trump tends to sort of do that. He did a similar thing with Zelensky, where, he seems to sort of crack down more on the side that he's actually on in order to sort of appease the enemy in the conversation. I think that Trump knows what he's doing for the most part. I think that after those strikes, he obviously was going to become a huge target and a huge enemy in the eyes of the Islamic Republic. So I thought that was his sort of way of appeasing them by saying, look, now I'm going to go and tell off Israel. I think it's very strategic. I think he very much knows what he's doing.
So he does say things like, no one knows what I'm going to do. Even I don't know what I'm going to do. Now, do you think that Donald Trump is a force for good when it comes to the conflicts in the Middle East? I'm talking about the broader Middle East. Or is he potentially a maverick who could create more chaos?
I think Donald Trump is a wild card. That's the way that I see him. I think, and, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat, I'm pretty independent. But I think when it comes to the Middle East, if we're not talking about domestic policy, when it comes to the Middle East, I tend to see Donald Trump as more likely to do the right thing than possibly Democrat presidents that tend to err more on the side of diplomacy and tend to err more on the side of avoiding strikes like this. In my opinion, this strike on the nuclear facilities was absolutely necessary in terms of American interests. I don't talk about that often because I'm really only talking about Iranian interests. And I don't know that Kamala Harris would have had the wherewithal or the guts to do that. And I'm quite sure that Biden wouldn't have. So I think when it comes to Donald Trump, he's such a wild card that, yes, most of the time you don't know what he's going to do. But if you need somebody to take a real strong and decisive action, he's much more likely to do it than sort of softer presidents.
If he is a wild card, as you say, is there any chance he's the kind of wild card president who might push things to World War III? That was another thing that was being speculated.
But that's exactly, the sort of double-edged sword of being a wild card. It's a wild card that takes huge risks, but, those risks could obviously go in the direction of World War III. I think if it were to go to the direction of World War III, that would be a situation where you sort of see the Islamic Republic striking, US bases in the Middle East, and then the US strikes back, and then everybody else gets involved. I think we all sort of knew that the Islamic Republic was not going to do that. I think we all sort of knew that this was just puffery. The threats, the death to America, death to Israel, all of this was just puffery. So I think I'm quite sure that maybe Trump's administration also calculated this regime is really not likely to take the next steps to escalate to the point of World War III. Because in truth, I think the regime also knows that it doesn't have the type of die-hard allies that are going to go to World War III for it. And indeed, it doesn't seem to have had during this time.
Alec, I want to touch on one thing, obviously, that's out of the limelight or out of the spotlight for the moment, is the situation in Gaza. Now, of course, for a lot of people, Israel lost a lot of respect, or at least a lot of support, because of what's been going on in terms of Gaza being pretty much flattened, more than 56,000 people killed, many women and children, I think 131,000 at the latest count, injured, and 10,000 missing, possibly buried. When you see those kind of figures, when you see that what's been going on there, as someone who is so pro-Israel, what goes through your head, and how do you answer those who say this has gone too far, it's genocide?
From the very beginning, from 2022, when I started speaking out, I have had the exact same position, and my position hasn't moved. Back then in 2022, there was not even a conversation about Israel. I had the same line, and it's the same line that I say to this day, which is that terrorists put everybody's life at risk. And after October 7th, where we saw these strikes in Gaza, there's no denying that those strikes are following the footprints of Hamas as it's embedding itself everywhere, as it's embedding itself in civilian society. And so regardless of whose side people stand on, whether they stand with Israel, whether they stand with Palestine. There's no denying that in each of these circumstances, having a terrorist regime embed itself in the civilian population is bringing harm to the civilians. It's the same way that, Gazan refugees who are going from Iraq to Kuwait to different places in the world, and having Hamas or just any jihadist group follow them is leading them to being kicked out of those countries. There's no safety. There is never safety, not for the people of Gaza, not for the people of Lebanon, and not for the people of Iran, as we're seeing now when there is a terrorist regime that is part of that civil society. And so my position has been the same this entire time, and it's the same as it is now. On October 7th, Hamas went into Israel and kidnapped civilians, took them underground, making it absolutely inevitable that Israel was going to do anything and everything that it wanted to do to get them back. And the people who had to pay the price for that was Gazans. And that is why I hold this line.
I don't want to get too much into that debate because, of course, we can go down a rabbit hole when it comes to discussing what's happening in Gaza. But, of course, there are a lot of issues that people would contradict, with what you're saying in terms of the fact that Hamas is part of the population as well in terms of the way it runs Gaza now, whether that's good or bad, that's just a circumstance. And the fact that, the hostages obviously were going to be part of the targets if Israel bombs so widely. I guess the bigger thing is, I'm asking, is your support for Israel unconditional?
No, I don't think that I always describe myself as an ally to truth. That is it. An ally to humanity. In this circumstance, my perspective is that the existence of Hamas, or the existence of an antagonizer that makes it their ideological mission to destroy the other side, is going to bring about destruction to the people of that land. That is not just my perspective. I think that's pretty much objectively true, as we've witnessed over the past several years. And so it's not about having unconditional support. It is about finding the cause. It is about finding the common denominator in what it is that is getting people killed, right? It is having this ideological enemy and this ideological obsession with the destruction of Israel is inevitably going to keep procuring these wars, and it's inevitably going to keep, putting Gazans in this position where their lives are at risk. And so it isn't about having unconditional support for Israel. It is about finding the cause of the conflict between these two sides, and knowing that if that is eliminated, that being the, fixation on destroying Israel, there is a much higher chance that there will be peace between these two people. I have no bias or favor to either one of those people. I have a bias or a favor towards what is true, and I have a bias and a favor towards causation.
Well, as we start to wrap up, let me get back to Iran and ask you, as someone who's looking very closely at what's going on there and having your roots there, you did mention that you thought that perhaps this latest round of conflict might weaken the regime enough for people to be able to uprise enough to change things. How do you see the regime actually changing there? What could really create a proper change, long-term change there?
Yeah, so we'll have to see what sort of happens in the coming days, because, Iranians have not had access to internet, and they've all been sort of forced to evacuate Tehran. So it's unsurprising that we haven't seen uprisings yet. But assuming, they return and the internet comes back on and all of these things, I think there's a good chance that we could see these uprisings. We could see Iranians taking to the streets yet again. And in order to if these uprisings become so significant that they start to mobilize the entire country, obviously the regime, the IRGC, is going to need maximum resources to deploy these anti-mobilization security forces. And if they're not strong enough to contain it, that would be that could sort of be the beginning of the end. It could sort of look like how it looked in Syria, where it was just a very short 11-day process and the regime came crumbling down. At the same time, we do need an opposition. We need a transitional governance, which is something that we're now seeing from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's sort of offered himself as a leader for the transition to democracy, which will, of course, be decided by the Iranian people.
I was going to say that is the difficulty. After so many years of one particular system, finding those who can take over and perhaps go down the direction that the majority might want is a tricky one, isn't it?
Absolutely. And especially when there are still so many different politics, ideologies, conflicting beliefs about what the future of Iran should be. I think we can anticipate that even when this regime falls, of course, there's going to be a period of instability in Iran, but just fingers crossed that once that instability dies down, there will be a government and infrastructure that brings not just stability to Iran, but stability to the entire region, peace between Iran and Israel, and with these proxies falling, hopefully peace between Israel and Palestine and Lebanon, and just peace, just better relations in the overall Middle East is what we're hoping to see when the regime is out.
So if Iran gets a government that suits what you think is ideal for it, would your Iranian roots pull you back to there? Would you ever consider living there?
It's possible. Who knows what the future holds? I know that I would definitely go back. I know that I would definitely want to have some type of dual residence. And in terms of living there, ultimately, depending on the way, the trajectory of how the future of Iran goes, that is definitely something that would be possible.
Well, it's a beautiful country. Leigh Ann, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was Elika Lebon, British-born Iranian activist, giving her take on why she supports Israel so strongly, despite not being Jewish. And there we end this edition of the show. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to leave comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Honolulu, a journey that'll give you history, food trips, and adventure. But more than anything, Honolulu offers you nature at its best. One of the most famous is Waikiki, the beachfront neighborhood of Honolulu and the most touristy area in town. Occupying a long stretch of the coast on the south shore of Honolulu, Waikiki's got a strip of high-rise hotels and resorts lining the beach. Other famous spots on the historical side include the Lolani Palace, a historical landmark in downtown Honolulu originally built in 1879. Pearl Harbor is also considered a memorial attraction in Honolulu. Meanwhile, the local Hawaiian cuisine is certainly a thing to try. Then there's a Honolulu's Chinatown for fresh produce. The busy market section of Honolulu smells of fresh fruits and veggies and meat and fish. Here you can buy produce at great prices. And finally, here are Honolulu's well-known nature trips. The Hanayuma Bay is one of the most famous places on the entire island for snorkeling. It's a nature reserve and marine sanctuary. Hiking is one of the best things to do in Honolulu. There are quite a few good hikes right in the Honolulu area. Some of them a bit outside of the city limits, but others are just right in the city. Take your pick. Then, of course, there's the Diamond Head, which is the iconic former volcano that's an emblem of travelers visiting Honolulu. People often like to take photos with it as a backdrop, but the view is in fact so much better when you're on top of it. Then, there's the Manoa Falls that offers a lush green jungle hike. It's a good way to appreciate the greenery and plants and trees of Hawaii. The north shore of Oahu is also great for surfing, or try the bodyboard, stand-up paddleboard, and other ocean activities. And then there's the Honolulu Zoo that's home to 905 different animals. Along with the diversity of different animals at the Honolulu Zoo, also neatly designed with many different lush tropical gardens. And finally, the Waikiki Aquarium is a good place to learn about the marine life of Hawaii. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Budapest. Many would consider Budapest a favorite city in Europe. It boasts of great architecture comparable to none, and lets us in on its sophisticated scene that's impossible for any other city to imitate. Here are some things you'll appreciate about Budapest. A visit to the city's thermal baths is a must. Try soaking in the Széchenyi baths, although of course there are countless other baths to choose from. A cruise via the Danube River is another thing you must do in Budapest. Nighttime is the best time to try this. There are special cruises being offered as ways to maximize your scenic trip along the river. For one, you can have a buffet-style dinner cruise while on board. Definitely a feast for the eyes, but may become an educational tour for you too. One of the greatest bridges in the world is Budapest's Chain Bridge. It's the best place in the city for romantic evening strolls. It has a well-known story behind it too. The architect who had created it was greatly proud of his work that he challenged anyone to find fault in the bridge. It was soon discovered that the lions that stand guard at the opposite ends are missing their tongues, and his genius work remains forever. Budapest is also known for its great undergrounds. The labyrinth of Buda Castle is one of the 7 wonders of the underground world. The place has also got many stories to tell, having closed down in 2011, but has already reopened. There are also many cave systems along Budapest to tour for both a learning and travel experience. There are also wine cellars in the city, which are part of the vast labyrinth system winding beneath Buda Castle. The cellars vary, but are all suitable for wine tasting. It's an experience to learn more about their wine culture. For both learning and travel experience. For shopping, there's the Central Market Hall. Here you'll find the typical Hungarian products. You'll find everything there, from the world-famous sausages, paprika, to their wines. Fresh vegetables are also among the great buys in the market. You'll also find great souvenirs to buy there, such as wares and traditional Hungarian embroidery. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Collecting aid in Gaza has become a deadly mission. In just 3 days, at least 27 Gazans were reportedly killed by Israeli fire while trying to access food and essential supplies, according to eyewitnesses and local authorities. Large crowds had gathered near a humanitarian aid distribution site in the southern city of Rafah. What was supposed to be an aid mission quickly turned into a bloodbath. Let's hear it directly from the people of Gaza.
It's not humane. This is a bloodbath with bits of food soaked in it. We go there to die. They fire bullets and use quadcopters to target us. Death is everywhere. They encircled us after allowing us to come in and then shot at us.
Gunshots were fired at us and people fell dead on the ground. If they truly want to feed us, then why are they slaughtering us? If someone wants to distribute aid, then they shouldn't kill people. It's like they've put us in a designated place to shoot at us. Women are being shot and children are being taken to the hospitals. What's happening to us is unfair. We don't want the food if they plan to kill us.
Shortly afterward, Israel announced it would halt aid operations in the war-torn Strip. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, a U.S. and Israeli-backed aid network, announced it was temporarily suspending its operations. The Israeli military declared that the roads leading to the aid sites would now be considered combat zones. As a result, Gaza's humanitarian crisis is deepening by the day. The United Nations condemned the loss of life and the injuries suffered by the Palestinians seeking food and called for immediate, unobstructed humanitarian aid access to the Strip. The UN also renewed its call for the release of all hostages held by Hamas, along with a demand for an immediate, lasting and sustainable ceasefire. How has Israel responded? Israeli authorities continue to deny allegations that their forces opened fire on civilians attempting to collect aid packages. Despite the suspension of the aid distribution, Israeli airstrikes have continued across the Strip. According to local authorities, at least 16 people were killed in a single strike on a tent sheltering displaced families.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.